Good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the stream, you guys. General Martok, Little Boots, Bomb City Broadcasting, Pow Nobody Now. Collargate is still going strong. Kinda. I don't know if you guys saw, there was a banger, bro. There was a song. Somebody made a song, bro. We lost Sasha Grey. I think I already saw this clip. This clip is pretty fucking amazing. First of all, who is Sasha Grey?
I saw someone to provide.
Are we friends with this person? What's up? What's up with that? She's a former porn star. Okay. I kind of recognize the name. Was she kind of a big porn star like 10 years ago? Wasn't this like 10 years ago? You guys think I'm playing dumb with this shit? I don't know porn stars' names. I straight up don't know. Look at Dan removing the prongs. I did see that, yeah. Somebody made a song, man. Hold on. I gotta find the song. It's like kind of fucking good too. Somebody made like a heavy metal song for Kaya. Who is Black Helicopters? They're not like a Nazi, are they? Am I about to showcase like a Nazi? Black Helicopters? Does anybody know who they are? Um, 4 a.m. Luke, what's up, buddy? Let me just do a quick Google search. Make sure they're not like Nazis. If they disagree with you, then yes, they're Nazis. True. 4 a.m. Luke, what's up, buddy? I don't know if they are or not, but here, listen to this fucking song that somebody made. Hold on.
In Los Angeles, at your house.
Somebody made a song. Somebody made a song about Collargate, you guys.
Abusing the voiceless to feel in control. You call it discipline, but I know it's cruel. Playing the victim when you're caught. Degenerates like you belong on a cross. Strap the shock collar on, turn it up high. I want you to feel what you try to justify. Let the punishment fit the abuse. Put on the shock collar noose. Those with no empathy for animal kind have been the serial killers of our time. Beware those excusing animal abuse. Behind closed doors, what do they do? Strap the shock collar on, turn it up high. I want you to feel what you try to justify. Let the punishment fit the abuse. Put on the shock collar noose.
Jeez, dude. Was that AI? Some of you guys are saying AI. Was that, are you being serious? Was that actual AI or what? Nobody knows. Honestly, it sounded like it. Rock out. I guess it kind of sounded like it. Like, I don't even know anymore. Like, what is, I can't even tell the difference. Check out the artist. I did. It's called Black Helicopters, but instead of the A in black, it's a V, like kind of like churches or whatever. Anyways, I mean, we do have like a couple more Collargate clips, but it's nothing crazy. It's literally like 3 clips. 3 or 4 clips, to be fair. And then I do want to get to the conversation between Benny Johnson and Ro Khanna.
First of all, the product.
Hope that doesn't trigger me too much, but I think it probably is going to. Then we had Mamdani, who did denounce Hasan Piker, which, to be clear, I fucking called that, dude. I fucking called that, dude. And it's almost exactly perfectly timed. Because when I predicted that, that was roughly 3 weeks ago. And I said he's gonna denounce Hasan Piker in the next like 30 days. And I thought that was gonna come from the hearing. There was initially supposed to be a hearing for the CEOs of Steam, Discord, Reddit, and Twitch. We're gonna show up and testify at a House oversight hearing. And I thought as a product of that, he was gonna come out and eventually denounce Hasan. I didn't see it coming with the debate. But if I knew that there was a debate coming up, I think I would have predicted that. But either which way, I did fucking predict that this exact thing was gonna happen. I just wanna pat myself on the back for that. Okay, I'm just compiling clips. It's compiling clips. God, all right, never mind. There's like 5 clips, bro. There's just like this is a story that just won't go away. All right, hold on. Almost there. We're going to go through it quickly because I want to get to the other stories, okay? We're going to go through these clips quickly. I almost just said clits. Just so we all know. All right, here's the clip of Dan. Okay, cool. There's that. And then one more, and then we're good to go. Hasan was laughing, but I know he was dying on the inside. That was just an objectively funny clip of Hasan reacting to the moment. I mean, it was just an incredibly funny clip in my mind. Yeah, there's one more here. There's one where he's like pleading with his audience. Also, the guys on Flagrant, the podcast, was talking about Collargate. It's not great. All right, so we'll start with this clip. Man, you can tell, bros. It's this one is wearing him down. This one is very obviously wearing him down. 4 a.m. Luke, thanks so much for 2 months. 80-pound gorilla with 64 months. Game dev with 70 months. What games have you been playing lately? I'm liking the new Battlefield. I have like 160 hours into Borderlands 4. I really enjoyed that game. I do feel like I've hit a wall with it, and I just started replaying Avowed. Because I guess they updated that game quite a bit since launch, and I want to go back and play it again, but with a different class. And then there's Outer Worlds 2 coming out in like a week. I'll probably check that game out. Neo Excelsior, thank you so much for 5 gifted. Hey, buddy. In the video, I also need to do a Discord announcement. Let me do that real quick. I played as Amon for my first run. Who, unfortunately, I picked the worst character. Because then I started playing with Rafa. You need to address this clip now. Hold on. Then I started playing with Rafa, and he was way easier. Oh, this clip is crazy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay. All right, let's watch this clip first.
Listen, I don't know what else to say about this stuff. I don't know. It's just, please, like, I need to do my job. Okay. There are a lot of adults in here, and there are a lot of young people in here as well that want to hear about the news. Okay. They want to hear about what's going on. Defending your favorite streamer is not advocacy or organizing. Please refocus, chatters. It's just, it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I know it sounds like it's the most consequential thing that's ever happened in the history of mankind, and people are really dragging it over and over again. But please, for the love of God, like, it's going to be all right. Okay. You know the truth. It doesn't matter.
Wow. What a clip. I mean, what a clip, you guys. Literally begging his audience to stop so he can cover the news.
Like, what do you want me to do? At this stage, we have entered a new era on the internet. I've been an active watcher now, and I'm honestly disgusted. I've honestly been watching you for a while, and you kind of disappointed me. What do you mean?
If you had to guess, Hasan, gun to your head in Minecraft, and you had to guess, what do you think you'd go with?
I gotta stop reading this stuff. People like to be a part of something larger. People like to be a part of a larger movement. Okay. People like to be a part of a larger movement, and very clearly this is like a big thing that all the normies have gotten on board with. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. There's not really anything I can do about it other than just...
You could have told the truth. Just to be fair. To be absolutely fair. You could have just told the truth. Like, you didn't have to make the situation worse for yourself at basically every turn. You know, you could have just like told the truth, right?
Keep doing what I'm doing, and hopefully people will realize that this...
You know, he'll be fine. Like, to be clear, you know, I don't think this is going to end his career. Still going to have a dedicated audience. You almost have to respect, like, just how much influence he has over his audience. I feel like I have to stretch my face a little bit. I'm going to do that. Sometimes I wake up and I fucking get my shit done, and I sit down at the desk to start doing the job, and my face, like, the muscles feel like tense. You know what I mean? You almost have to respect just how much influence and control he has over his audience. You almost have to respect it. Why does it look like red? You know what I mean? It looks like red. Or almost like poo, like dog poo. He's just done a remarkably good job fostering a community of people that regard him like a fucking cult leader. They purge. I mean, and they're so fast about it too, man. Somebody came in here the other day and said that they went to his chat and they just typed the word Kaya. Like, just the word Kaya. And this person reported that they got banned immediately. So, like, his team of mods, who are the unsung heroes of Hasan's chat, I might add. Because as much as he has a direct influence on his audience, his mods are really the ones that are just locking that shit down. Any kind of feedback or comment that might lead to like doubting him, they just fucking purge that shit. And so you get a situation where, you know, I think he was kind of touching on a kernel of truth here when he said people want to feel like they're a part of something bigger. But my mind went to another thing.
I gotta stop reading this stuff. People like to be a part of something larger.
Yeah.
People like to be a part of a larger movement. Okay.
And then he turned that around about the commentary about like the people that are jumping on the story.
People like to be a part of a larger movement, and very clearly this is like a big thing that all the normies.
So that's what he went. That's where he went with it. But I think he was kind of touching on something that is relevant to his audience, which is people do want to feel like they're a part of something bigger. And I think especially a lot of younger people who experienced a year of isolation during COVID. And so a lot of young people found a community in his chat. But if you want to be in that community, you can never question him. But being in that community is a big part of a lot of their identities. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? And so people, even if they have suspicions, and I don't know how you could watch any of those clips and not be suspicious, quite frankly. But people might have their suspicions, but they will either consciously or unconsciously suppress them because they know that if they question the narrative, they're just going to be purged. They're just going to be kicked out of the chat, right? So that's where my mind went with it. We also have Dan, who decided he wanted to demonstrate just how easy it is to remove the prongs. Mind you, remember that Taylor Lorenz said that this was physically impossible unless you soldered it. Unless you used like a, what do you call it? A soldering, I don't know what you call it. A soldering gun? Hutch, to be fair, you don't respond well to criticism either. Fuck you, man! Oh, I'm do you feel like you are part of a coalition against fascism with Hasan? Or are you just exasperating the leftists infighting and making shit worse? Or is that Esme? Esme, are you in my chat? I swear that's Esme. She constantly confuses exasperating and exacerbating. That's like her thing. She's been doing it for 10 years. Like, I'm not even kidding. She's been doing that shit for 10 years. She will say exasperating when she means exacerbating. Or are you just exacerbating the leftist infighting and making shit worse? Oh, I don't know. You tell me. I don't really know. I don't view myself as being in a coalition with Hasan. No. Absolutely not. No. I don't want him to be in the coalition. Esme is awesome. Is an awesome name. I've never heard it before. Well, it's Esmeralda. But we call her Esme. E-collars are used by many trainers. Why didn't he say that it's fucking dumb? Yeah, I don't. Anyways, Taylor Lorenz said that it was impossible to remove the brackets or whatever you call them. Physically impossible. Unless you used a soldering iron.
The simplest of solutions, okay? This is what you would call a unobtainable item. This is flyers. I know, wild things for everyone to own. Have you ever seen one of these before? These devices, Mr. Newton?
No, never.
No? So what I'm going to
I'm not familiar with them.
do is I'm going to put that on the prong. So you can
Okay.
see I'm holding it right there. Now, what do you think the odds are that I have enough grip strength to do this? With
Okay, then you're useless and will do nothing. Streamers are fucking morons. Get on the street, kids. This shit isn't a game anymore. Hutch, grow up! I just find it funny, man. I just find it funny, bro. I just find it funny that, like, you're talking to a guy who, for the last 10 years, I've been talking about how Donald Trump is a uniquely dangerous person. I don't know if I'm being baited here, but like, I've been saying that for 10 years. I've been trying to make the case like he's really bad. Like, this is not a fucking Obama Romney situation. And then people will say stuff like, you can't criticize, you shouldn't spend time criticizing Hasan because Donald Trump is president. Like, this is going to be by the way, guys, this is going to be the new, you can't talk about that because there's a genocide going on. They moved the, what do you call it? They moved the goalpost like so fast. I can't even tell you how many times I've seen that in my mentions in the last week. Really? You're talking about this when Donald Trump is like kidnapping people in the streets? Really? You really think this is the time to talk about Hasan? They did that so fast. They shifted the goalposts like so fast. Raging with $5. You're not allowed to punch left as they constantly call liberals fascists. Yeah. I mean, we've talked about this like 1,000 times, but just like the concept of like don't punch left is just the funniest thing I've ever heard of in my life, because these people have constructed a set of norms that very conveniently insulates them from any criticism. Isn't that just like the funniest thing ever? Like, they made up a rule in their minds for why nobody can criticize them. Whoa. Hang on a second. Whoa. Are you punching left right now? Are you criticizing me right now? Hey, pause. Do you know that you're punching left right now? Like, Donald Trump is black bagging people in the streets and invading Venezuela, and you're punching left? Sorry, maybe I need to give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you don't know that punching left is bad. Maybe you didn't. Let me explain it to you, okay? I'm on the left. That means that nobody can criticize us because we're on the left and we don't have any power. So that's like punching down. So you don't do that. So like, now that you know, I'm willing to kind of look past it. But it was an honest mistake. You didn't know the rules, but now you know. So like, you just don't criticize us. You just don't want to do that, because then people are going to look at you funny and be like, look at this guy punching left. And it's like, you know, it's the craziest, dumbest thing ever. And they fucking literally believe it. They're like, does anybody see what I'm seeing? Like, this guy's punching left right now. Like, he's actually criticizing us right now.
one hand. They're basically impossible
All right, so he's using the pliers to take off those little like brackets or whatever.
to do. What do you think?
I'm gonna give you 20% with one hand.
Sure.
20%.
One hand. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Huh.
What
There it
happened?
is. It's done.
Are you fucking shitting me, Taylor Lorenz? Okay, I'm not gonna do the other one because I think I can salvage this one, ironically, by soldering the piece back on. But let me
Just so we're clear, esteemed, highly regarded journalist Taylor Lorenz said that it was impossible, physically impossible, to remove those brackets without a soldering iron. Doesn't that tell you something about her, guys? I mean, doesn't that kind of tell you something about her? An investigative journalist confidently said that it was physically impossible to remove those brackets without a soldering iron. Do you think that this makes her reporting maybe look a little suspect? Do you think maybe this says something about the way that she kind of operates? You're a journalist. Like, you're supposed to be a journalist, right? Like, that's crazy that she would confidently say something like that was so stupidly wrong, you know? All right, just a few more clips and then we're going to move on from this for today. Who knows where the story goes tomorrow?
Photo shoot for that. Did anyone bring up the Collargate at the dinner? Yeah, they did. In the sense that they were horrified about how aggressively this was being pushed. Like, because most of the people that were, the people that were there have also been around me and Kaya, so they already are aware of the reality of the situation as opposed to the internet narrative. Like, most content creators' biggest fear is basically being blasted into oblivion for.
I mean, that's kind of a red flag, right? What are you doing? This is me abusing my animal. Okay. That's kind of a red flag. That's kind of a red flag. Like, he says he's in a room full of like Hollywood Reporter journalists. And he said most of them have been around me and Kaya, so they know the truth. It's like, that's a bit shaky, like logic. They went over to your house a couple times to interview you, and so that means they're in a position to confirm that you don't use a shot collar? How the fuck does that make any sense? Like, why would they be in a position to, like, oh, so they know, like, oh, they've been over to my house like twice, so they know.
Or something that they actually have done, but something that they have not done. It's like an even more horrifying situation. But in any case, it is what it is. It's probably going to be bad too. They're pushing new clips. I know. It's bad every day. I think at a certain point, people are going to probably realize, like, this is psychotic. Like,
Fat chance, buddy. We have stamina for as long as you want to continue to keep this story in the news. Oh yeah, we were going to do member only on Friday. Yeah, hold on. Let's do that. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about that. We're going to do members only chat on Friday. Which is today. Customization. Members only. Send messages. Okay. All right. You have now been restricted. YouTube. Boom. Get fucked, nerds. All right.
This has been an extended thing.
No. Hold on. Let's not this is just a YouTube situation.
What the fuck is going on? Like, you're acting as though like you're running around being like he's shooting dogs with regular frequency. I'm a new viewer because of it. Nice. If you stop talking about it, maybe.
Who the fuck is that guy? Check his hard drive. Do a background check. Junior Music. Thank you so much for the membership. Gen X with 5 gifted memberships. All elite memes with $2. This is like reminding the teacher of homework. Yeah, true. Draken with 10 gifted memberships. Draken, thank you so much, buddy. Who the fuck is that guy in his chat who said he became a fan because of this? That guy tortures animals, man. We gotta find him.
Psychotic. Like, this has been an extended thing. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you're acting as though like you're running around being like he's shooting dogs with regular frequency. I'm a new viewer because of it. Nice.
What? Excuse me? What? Excuse me? Even he in that moment is like you can kind of hear it. He's like, oh, well, that's kind of weird, right?
You're running around being like
like, listen to his voice. He's like, nice. But in the inside, he must have been thinking like, well, that's kind of strange, right?
He's shooting dogs with regular frequency. I'm a new viewer because of it. Nice. If you stop talking about it, maybe chatters, that's pretty crazy. If you think that it's my not talking about it is going to be the you are now a lol cow.
Oh
Okay.
my God, you guys.
Sure.
Man, I hope one day they teach like a college course. I want an entire course for somebody who's going into like media. I want an entire course on Collargate. Jinx with 50 gifted memberships. Oh. Jinx. My God. Holy shit. Jinx, thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Naughty Pop with 5 gifted memberships. And then Dr. Ocho with 5 gifted memberships as well. Thank you, guys. My God. Daz Vidania with $2. It was Michael Vick. Michael Vick. He's like, yeah, I found your community. It's a really cool stream. I think I'm going to stick around. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Someone in his chat was really like, I found you because of this. Big fan. Like, what? What do you think exasperate means? It means to like exhaust somebody, right? Or like if I say I'm exasperated. Have I been irritate and frustrate someone intensely? Yeah. As opposed to exacerbate, which means to like worsen something, to make something worse. Right? That's what I would guess that means. Exacerbate. The chat said, are you exasperating leftist infighting? But he meant exacerbating. Exacerbating literally means to make a problem worse. That's what that word means. Irritate does mean make worse, you total moron. No, come on, buddy. Have a little humility. Wait, no, don't ban him. No. Don't do that. Smudge. What did I tell you, man? We got... Jesus Christ, we got to stop doing that. Rein it in. I don't care. It's funny. Not when it's irritate as in annoy you. A total moron. The dude is writing all this 3 years. Mine's being out of control as usual. That shit's funny, man. That was pure comedy. And then there was an animation.
Now, fulfill your destiny and take your place at my side. Never.
They are incredibly effective.
Now.
Did we get through all the clips? I feel like no. There's no way, right? People are revisiting Denim's commentary.
First of all, the product can't be turned into a vibrating collar, for starters. Second, the taped photo is fucking doctored, dude. You fell for misinfo. Congratulations, bro. This image, you can clearly see the tape. The tape image is...
You know what's hilarious? This image is photoshopped. That's the funniest part. Like, this is literally photoshopped.
a doctored photo. I took this from the VOD directly.
No, they didn't. That's just not true. This is like very obviously photoshopped.
When you look at the fucking artifacting on these photos, it's very obviously a fucking Photoshop job. Like, you literally fell for misinfo. Congrats. You can just hate Hasan, by the way. You can just say, I don't like...
That's so funny. Like, she is the one that's posting a Photoshop. This clip was, yeah, this clip was fucking incredible, man. I'm telling you guys, this clip is like one of the fucking funniest clips of the entire year.
I saw someone who provided info of the caller when he showed it. He took out the contact points and put electrical tape over it. I watched the same clip. There's no tape. And you can't take those points out. You cannot cut the prongs off man, that's what I'm saying.
Why would you say something so confidently like that? That's what I don't get. I really just don't get that. Dan, what's up, man? Why would you say something so confidently?
My favorite chatter is the one that asks a meaning of a word, then calls you dumb for it all while spelling the word wrong. It is a funny time. Anyways, be sure to use your Prime subs today, or else Hutch will throw mankind off the top of hell in the cell.
True. Why would you say something so confidently? Like, we need to watch this back, man. It's just... What an incredible clip, man.
I saw someone who provided info of the caller when he showed it. He took out the contact points and put electrical tape over it. I watched the same clip. There's no tape.
What? Why would you? Man.
And you can't take those points out. You cannot cut the prongs off man, that's what I'm saying. The cope is so...
Why would you even... What would possess someone to say something like that? Like, are they made of adamantium? Are these vibranium like clips? Are we dealing with like a theoretical like indestructible metal? Why would you even say something like that? Like, why would you say something like that? I really just Why would you say something like that? It just doesn't make any sense.
So hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
No. God, no. 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 Hold on. Let's just hold on. We need to watch the whole clip again, just real quick. It's like a 30-second clip.
I saw someone who provided info to the caller when he showed it. He took out the contact points and put electrical tape over it. I watched the same clip. There's no tape. And you can't take those points out. You cannot cut the prongs off man, that's what I'm saying. The cope is so hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this. I saw someone who
that is one of the funniest clips I've ever seen in my life. She copyright struck Tectone for this clip, for this exact clip, and not me. Wait, what? Like on Twitter, you mean? She did a copyright takedown, like a DMCA takedown? Hasan's biggest defenders, Sasha Grey, just copyright claimed anyone using her clip to hide the truth of her blatantly ignoring the truth just to defend Daddy Hasan. They're actively abusing fair use. This is reaching critical levels of manipulation and malpractice. Media has been disabled in response to a report by the copyright owner. Hutch, live stream fail. Okay, all right. Hold on. Streamer Irrelevant reacts to the tweet made by Hutch.
Hutch made a tweet here. I had to double check it. Check this. You know, the brother Hutch made a tweet here. I had to double check it. He's now saying there just wasn't, the caller was not on in the original clip, denying literal photons going into your camera. Like, the bro is denying photons. It's not real anymore. He's saying the light that entered the camera to the stream
Yeah, that's
was
one way to put
faulty.
it.
Didn't exist. Didn't happen. If you think it did, you probably support the genocide. Make it work. Doesn't matter. L Israel. Like, I don't know. Bro's chopped.
That was really something, man. That was really something. Him saying she wasn't even wearing the collar on the day that she was shocked is really something, bro. Hasan's failed cover up of shocking Kaya is a big joke now, apparently.
Some balls. So there we go. I don't know what she can have.
Well, she can't have any of it.
Okay,
And I'm
really?
I'm gonna strap the zapping collar on you next.
Sure, we'll just
for doing that.
And then for you, I got some black electric tape in case you run out. So, you know.
Thank you. I've run out of it in my
Yeah, no, I've seen
in my mask.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say there. I don't even know what to say. Former, it's fine. Just like now, you know, in the future, if you're talking about like making tensions between the libs and the left worse, you would not say exasperate. You would not say you exasperate tensions. Because what would that even mean? You irritate tensions? Like, that just doesn't really make a lot of sense. What you meant to say was exacerbate, which is fine. I just told you my fiance, she's been mixing those two words up for literally 10 years. So you're not the only one. You wouldn't because you don't know what the fucking word means? Wait, is there not a clip of me like 5 minutes ago saying exactly what it meant? And then I looked it up and then it was the thing. Drake, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. And then Raji with the primer and then Johnny with the primer as well. Thank you guys. Super appreciate that. Bear Claws with the tier 1 sub membership. Thank you so much, buddy. You are exacerbating my headache right now. How about that? Wait, hold on.
And then some balls.
You know what's like the funniest thing about this entire situation, guys, is like he knows he can't really like do that anymore. Obviously, training his dog is really important to him. Anybody who like, there's different kinds of pet owners, man. Like, there's people that don't do any kind of training with doggos. There's people that maybe they do like a little bit of training with doggos. And then there's people that like fucking really take that shit seriously. Hasan is obviously in the latter camp. There's nothing like wrong with that, right? But he really like, he's just one of those guys that takes doggy training very, very seriously. And now he can't fucking do that shit anymore. Here's what's going on. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on through his head, okay? He got caught. He knows he got caught, but he doesn't think that he did anything wrong. He also knows that his community, there's no way that he could explain that to his community in a way that would make them okay with shock collars. Like he is savvy enough to know that about his community. And so now I think he like resents his own community. That's what I think is going on in his psychology. Like he can't do that anymore. Like he can't just zap her to get her back on her mat. Because there's way too much scrutiny now. And I don't think he feels guilty about any of this. Like, I think in his mind, he's like, I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm not going to try to explain to them because he knows he's not going to be able to change their minds. And so I think he resents his own audience in this moment because he blames them for, he's just going to be psychologically like really frustrated. Because having her on her like really rigid routine is psychologically really important to him. You know? Like otherwise he wouldn't have been using a collar to begin with to keep her on the mat. But there's some kind of psychological need in him to have her disciplined really well and trained really well in that way. And now that's like a thing that he can't use. He can't just do a little zzz. He's got to do something else now. All right, this is the last clip and then we'll get to the Mamdani moment.
The clip itself looks terrible because it looks like
this is him talking to TMZ. TMZ reached out to Hasan Piker over this.
I'm like looking back to give her a place command. It looks like I'm moving around where all my Zintons are, ironically enough. And then she yelps and she's getting back up onto the bed. In the process of getting back up onto the bed, she yelps in that moment. And every now and then she snags her claw onto something like a dew claw, or she steps on something funny. Sometimes when I'm wrestling with her, she'll give off like a little yelp, or sometimes when she's playing with other dogs, she'll give off a yelp. She wasn't even wearing like the vibration collar that's in contention now. Like everyone's like, this is not.
Again, according to Relevant, like we're at the point where he's denying photons, right?
You know, he definitely shocked her. Like on that day, she just had like a regular collar. She has a bunch of different collars. There's like a phi collar, there's a vibration collar, for reinforcing her training, or most importantly for walking around when I'm like out in the park or when I'm hiking or anything like that. When I take her on long walks, I like to let her roam. I like to let her run around. And if she's super far away where she can't hear me, or if her attention is elsewhere, you know, if she's like chasing a squirrel or something, the vibration is supposed to communicate alongside with like your voice.
There was another clip that was actually relevant to this discussion because, hold on, let me find it. Where was it? There was a clip of someone talking about like how Hasan had told them that he used a e-collar. And now I can't find that clip. Where is it? Hold on. Can somebody help me find that one? It's a black man talking to another black man, recounting an anecdote about how Hasan once had told him that he uses an e-collar. And now I can't find it for some reason. Did you see the Andrew Schultz clip? I did. I don't know if I can watch it because I think they I think they DMCA stuff. In the meantime, live stream fail. What is this? Words of wisdom from PewDiePie that could have saved Hasan from ending up in this mess.
Video. Just be honest. Don't try and think that you can trick the internet, because you can't. People are smarter than you think, and they'll see through all this bullshit.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to say this looking back, of course, but it might be a good lesson for everyone out there.
Bro. Peru. I guess Ludwig actually talked about the situation. Why is why I don't, what does Ludwig have to do with the situation at all?
Yeah, I don't know how exactly, but I have somehow been deeply attached to the Hasan dog collar situation. To the point where Michael Reeves and I were hanging out yesterday. We went to a haunted house, and he was telling me he has a Patreon, if you don't know. A Patreon member unsubscribed from him because they said, I cannot in good conscience say subscribe to you when you are so close to Ludwig, who is so close to Hasan. And so I have to unsubscribe. So I paid for dinner for Michael yesterday because of that. But how many degrees of separation are you going? You're pretty deep at that point. I wouldn't even call that guilty by association.
This poor guy, man. He goes out of his way to avoid controversy. I don't know if anybody does it quite like Ludwig. That's like I feel like that's a deep part of Ludwig's lore. He just really actively avoids controversy, and yet people still found a way to rope him into this, you know?
You are so far, Michael. I think what I suffer from is the teacher phenomenon.
The what?
I've long held a huge distinction between my actual friends and then my streamer. It's like a teacher, all right? What I do offline is irrelevant.
What the fuck? Oh.
At least people do know that I hate Lily Pichu and think she's a bitch.
Jesus. Intense. Wait, what happened? What happened on YouTube? Oh, the stream dropped for a second. The stream dropped 42 frames. No, I don't think it was DMCA. I don't know what happened. Did Twitch go down as well? I think Twitch had some problems as well. I don't know what happened there. It says I dropped 42 frames, but I don't know why that would. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that would be yeah, I guess that would be about a minute, like 42 seconds, because I think it's 60 frames a second, right? So like, yeah. Well, if someone would reset their modem, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's my bad. Fucked up. And that clip wasn't that interesting, but this clip is interesting.
I've walked Hasan's dog before. Yeah. And he gave me and walked him without a leash. So his dog is extremely well trained. Yeah. If you tell him to walk, he'll walk right next to you. But he gave me the little button thingy, the clicker, and he said, "This is just so that she doesn't get too far from you. Don't worry, it doesn't shock her. It's just an e-collar." And legit, he legit told me that as he gave me something. So it's just like interesting seeing when people say stuff like that.
Shock. It's just an e-collar. And I guess the thing is that the vibrating only model doesn't market itself as an e-collar. The shocking model does. I don't know if this is hold on, we got to do some investigating here. Are vibrate only collars for dogs ever referred to as e-collars in the same way shock collars are? It wouldn't surprise me if they marketed like vibrate only collars. Vibrate only collars are sometimes called e-collars, but the term is ambiguous, and most professionals or manufacturers use it to mean electronic collars that can deliver static shock simulation, not just vibration. Okay, yeah. So Hasan, this guy walks Hasan's dog, and Hasan gives him the remote and says it doesn't shock, it's only vibrate, but he calls it a shock collar. He calls it an e-collar.
Collars for lazy dog owners, though, I don't even fully agree with this statement as well. Like, regardless of my preference against it,
it's just an e-collar.
Like, dog, what do you think service dogs are trained on? Like,
and I think this whole situation is just so bizarre. Like, really interesting. It's like contradictory logic, right? Like, he's saying he's claiming that he's personally opposed to shock collars or e-collars, but then goes on to say that, but they train service dogs with them, so so it's like, all right, well, then why wouldn't you use one, right? Like, if you're saying that they don't hurt the dog, it's not that bad, and they train service dogs with e-collars, like, why wouldn't you use one then? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Like, reference again.
Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Isn't that kind of contradictory? Like, why would you not use one then? Like, you clearly are communicating that you don't think it's a problem. So, like, why are you opposed to them, right?
Statement as well. Like, regardless of my preference against it,
it's just an e-collar.
Like, dog, what do you think service dogs are trained on?
It's not just that he defends the use of shock collars. He kind of vociferously defends the use of shock collars, like, I think he's kind of having a moment here. Like, I think there's an interesting psychology going on here, because he knows he's lying to his audience, but He's like trying to make the case for why what he's doing isn't wrong without acknowledging what he's doing. You guys understand what I mean? Like, he's not just owning the position. He's not just coming out and saying, like, yeah, you know, like, I don't think these are a problem. I use them. I don't think there's any kind of like immorality to this. He doesn't want to do that. So instead, he uses like the use of shock collars amongst service dog trainers. He uses that position as his defense. Like, he's defending that position instead of just fucking owning it, right?
It's just an e-collar.
Like, dog, what do you think service dogs are trained on?
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's not just defending it. He's like really vociferously defending it. He's like, think about it. Like, of course they're okay. Obviously, I'm not okay with them, but of course they're okay, you know?
like my lack of interest in using one does not mean that it's like a abusive tool or whatever. Some are trained on clickers, but yes, working dogs are also trained on e-collars.
It's just an e-collar.
A lot of working dogs are.
I mean, this is damning. I mean, I feel like the internet has just done such a good job of unearthing a lot of really damning clips. And this is another one that I think is damning, right? Like, because obviously in this clip, he's referring to e-collars. Clearly, he means like e-collar equals shock collar.
Are trained service dogs never shock collars? Are you telling me that no one trains service dogs with e-collars in general?
Yeah, that's it. Like, he's not calling them shock collars. He's specifically calling them e-collars.
It's just an e-collar.
I do not. Okay, so others do, but you do not. Former dog trainer here. Not all service dogs are trained with e-collars. Majority of the accredited service dog organizations do not use them.
And then just doesn't respond. All right. Okay. We have had our fill with Collargate. For now, this is a story that just refuses to die. So I'm not going to promise you that we're never going to talk about it again, because who knows what kind of clips will have hit the internet by Sunday when we go live again. But this is Mamdani last night at his debate with Cuomo. And I just want to say that when the hearing for the 4 CEOs was on the congressional schedule for October 8th of last week, it was initially supposed to be on Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, where the CEOs of Twitch, Discord, Reddit, and Steam were going to go and testify in front of the House Oversight Committee. And I predicted then that within a month, Mamdani would disavow Hasan. And the reason why I predicted this is because Mamdani has actually been surprisingly pragmatic. So pragmatic, in fact, that he's already losing like a lot of far left people on the internet. Deceit, thank you so much for 2 years. I don't know how representative these people are, but you're seeing a lot of tweets like this. And ContraPoints thankfully reactivated her Twitter. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, ContraPoints back on Twitter. This is big. This is really big. This is just a random person, you know. I don't know how big their account is. 3,200 followers, you know, nothing crazy, but I've seen a lot of tweets like these. Who said, when Mamdani first won his primary and most of the left were celebrating, I tried very hard not to rain on their parade and said that while it was possible for his victory to be good for the movement, it would depend on how he led. I'm at the point now where I need him to lose. Promising you will have Zionists in your administration, not even limited to liberal Zionists, is not how you oppose the system and mobilize workers to oppose it. This is just post-genocide rehabilitation of a genocidal party and actively harmful. Fuck Zoran Mamdani. Him saying at the beginning of his campaign that his purpose was to improve or restore the Democratic Party should have been an immediate deal breaker for anyone who believes in ending capitalism. The moral of the story is that, contrary to popular belief, candidates who call themselves socialists winning elections is not necessarily good for popularizing socialism and can actually make socialism look like dog shit. Now, I'm not going to pretend like this is the mainstream view when it comes to leftists. I assume most leftists support Mamdani. I think that's probably a fair assumption. People that don't are more on the fringes, right? But the fact that we're seeing stuff like that should give you an indication like, okay, maybe he's not that bad. You know, like, this is a guy who in the past has straight up said seizing the means of production is the end goal, which for someone like me, that's a bit of a red flag. Like, ooh, don't love that. But it does seem like he's genuinely evolved. And he's genuinely displayed pragmatism, which is, for me, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, that's the number one thing I look for in politicians. More than their ideology, I want to know if they're pragmatic. If they're not pragmatic, I'm not going to support that candidate. If this is someone who is promising the moon and the sun and the stars, and they're not getting into details or specifics, they're not laying out like a coherent vision or a plan, and I don't care for those kinds of politicians. But that's not been him. Surprisingly, again, he's been pretty pragmatic. Like, I think he's appointed people who worked for Obama to his team. And so I felt like it was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before he denounced Hasan Piker, because I knew that right-wing media was going to take I think they met one time and they had dinner one time. And there's images of them sitting down and having dinner together and doing that whole thing. And I just assumed that right-wing media would try to tie Hasan to Mamdani in a race for the mayorship of New York City. And so I just felt like, okay, it's inevitable that someone's going to use the picture of him sitting down with the America Deserved 9/11 guy to try to make him look bad. 4 a.m. Luke says, hope he wins and it goes bad. Well, I don't know about that. Deceit, thank you so much for 2 years. D King with $5. Hasan makes all his subordinates wear shot collars too. That's why they're all frantically protecting him. They're very loyal dogs like Kaya. Now that's an interesting theory. Maybe Hasan has like flesh colored shot collars that like all of his streamer friends wear, but you just can't tell. And he zaps them if they get out of line. I don't know. I'd be willing to entertain that, maybe. Mamdani has not reciprocated Hochul's endorsement. I did see that he was asked specifically about endorsing Hochul during this debate, which I have not watched. And he didn't. So that's kind of interesting. All elite memes with $10. Cuomo told Mamdani he's not a Democrat. He's a Democratic socialist playing for that team. Even called him out for not endorsing Kamala. Mamdani responded by highlighting Kamala endorsed him, not Cuomo. Did Kamala endorse Mamdani? I don't know if she did. Did she? But wasn't the endorsement something like yeah, like we should always endorse the Dem candidate? Wasn't that the kind of thing? Anyways, The Hill covered this moment. Very loud. Holy
Zohran Mamdani, currently the frontrunner to be New York City's next mayor, is facing heat after comments that he made on the war in Gaza.
In an appearance on Fox News, Mamdani declined to say definitively whether or not Hamas should lay down its arms. Take a look at that.
But you won't say that Hamas should lay down their arms and give up leadership in Gaza.
I don't really have opinions about the future of Hamas and Israel beyond the question of justice and safety and the fact that anything has to abide by international law. And that applies to Hamas, that applies to the Israeli military, applies to anyone you could ask me about.
I actually think that was a really good way to answer that question. I think asking the mayor of New York who the governing body in Gaza should be is a bit silly. It's kind of silly. It's like meant to be a gotcha sort of distraction question. And so I think his tactic in that moment of redirecting the conversation about, you know, the cost of living is a pretty shrewd way to navigate that question. Some people were linking me that clip and saying, well, it's really deeply concerning that he doesn't have an answer for that. And for me, I'm like, well, why? Like the fact that the question was even asked to begin with is a bit silly. The whole thing is a bit silly. They just care because of how many Jewish people are in New York City. Well, I don't know. I think that's a bit of a silly question. I think he handled it well.
Those comments came up again Thursday night, mayoral debate between Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa. When asked this time, Mamdani said, "Of course I believe that they should lay down their arms." But Cuomo wasn't satisfied with that response, and the former New York governor also brought up Mamdani's association with popular leftist influencer Hasan Piker.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged.
Mamdani had a response ready, accusing Cuomo of not doing enough to embrace New York City's Muslim community.
It took Andrew Cuomo being beaten by a Muslim candidate in the Democratic primary for him to set foot in a mosque. He had more than 10 years, and he couldn't name a single mosque at the last debate we had that he visited. And what Muslims want in this city is what every community wants and deserves. They want equality.
If there's one thing at this point that makes me somewhat skeptical of Mamdani, it's the fact that this guy is just like, he's almost too slick. Do you know what I mean? He's almost like too slick. You know what I mean? Like, I personally think it's fine for politicians to have prepared answers to questions. That's a part of the job. It's something that the Democratic Party gets a lot of criticism for. It's perceived as inauthenticity. And to me, it's just a regular, normal part of politics. If you're a politician, it's your job. It's your literal job to have a competent team around you that conceive of every possible question that you could be asked. And it's their job to kind of help to advise you or guide you about like how to best answer those questions. That's just a part of being a politician. Like Hillary Clinton, for example, was unbelievably good at that. Like she was so prepared. I don't know if she was ever asked a question that she didn't prepare for. I mean, it was just insane how well she prepared for tough questions. But when you do that and you have like, you go to the well and you know the answer to the question and you've said it 100 times in private to kind of practice. When you say it, it comes across as kind of inauthentic. And it was, you know, Kamala, this was the case for her a lot. There were some questions that were kind of curveballs for her, I think. I don't think she handled all of those questions very well. there was also just a lot of pressure on her at the time. And so, you know, whatever, give her a year, maybe she would come across as a little bit more polished in that way. But similarly, I think Mamdani, I think clearly he has a really good team, because you never really see him struggle with questions. Like he seems very well prepared for these kinds of questions. But and he is a good speaker, right? Like handsome, good speaker. But man, is he slick? He's fucking slick, which is like, it's like a good thing, and it's like potentially a bad thing too. You know what I mean? You want to walk a fine line of, you know, slick enough, but not too slick. And sometimes this guy borders on just like a little too fucking slick sometimes. You know what I mean?
And they want respect. And it took me to get you to even see those Muslims as part of this city. And that, frankly, is something that is shameful and is why so many New Yorkers have lost faith in this politics.
Yeah. Mamdani has maintained his large lead in the mayoral race since winning the Democratic primary in June. The second and final mayoral debate will be held on October 22nd.
Well, it's interesting that he did come out.
The fat Michael Cera with the primer. Thank you so much, buddy.
Then and say that he thinks they should be disarmed. I thought the interview he did on Fox was mostly successful, and he did well. That was the one area that created a kind of viral moment where I thought it would have been perfectly easy for him to say that without getting into the weeds of the issue. I don't care that much, honestly, about his opinion when they've tried to go after him for not being sufficiently pro-Israel or whatever. He's mayor of New York City. It doesn't matter to me. It feels like a little bit of a distraction. But this was a rather direct question that he dodged rather directly, that I don't know why you wouldn't just say, well, yeah, they're a terrorist organization. Ideally, they would not possess weapons, especially when I looked back and in 2022, again, he was pretty woke pretty recently, tweeted like, you know, we need to ban or confiscate or whatever it was. We need to ban all guns. Okay, you have no problem saying we need to ban all guns.
Don't love his old tweets. I got to be honest with you guys. I don't love his old tweets.
But we can't ban guns specifically for Hamas. That seems like a flaw in your ideology, but he addressed that, so I'll move on.
So to the point about, like, well, it's a New York City mayoral race, it shouldn't really matter. I think it does, in fact, matter what view people take of that conflict, because it goes to issues of judgment, and many people, including me, think issues of sort of basic morality about the world. So in Mamdani's case, you have someone who has been very critical of Israel's conduct in various ways, and in Andrew Cuomo's case, you have someone who volunteered to join Benjamin Netanyahu's defense.
Somebody can have tweets in their past that I don't like, and that's not in itself for me a deal breaker. Like Graham Plattner, recently people found an old Facebook account of his, and some of these tweets are not, you know, they're not great. Maine Senate hopeful Graham Plattner once called himself a communist, dismissed all police as bastards, and said rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid. I believe his actual words were regarded. I know some of you in Twitch chat, I knew Twitch chat was going to be like, based, hello? And it's fine to have tweets that you don't love, right? Like, that's fine. Keep reading with a CNN subscription. What the fuck? And Joe Biden was a segregationist? Well, that seems a bit extreme. What are some of these posts? From his Reddit in 2021. Did anyone else turn into a hippie after getting out? Apparently he said, absolutely, I'm a vegetable growing, psychedelics taking socialist these days. After the war, I've pretty much stopped believing in any of the patriotic nonsense that got me there in the first place. and am a firm believer that the best thing a person can do is help their neighbors and live a loving life. Still got the guns, though. I don't trust fascists to act politely. I mean, that's fine. When you are older, you'll be more conservative. How many on this subreddit are older? He said, I got older and became a communist. Ooh, don't love that. That's okay. He also, hold on. Apparently there was an ICE guy? An ICE officer got busted for a DUI. And then we'll get back to the Graham Plattner thing.
The guy in the white shirt. That's the colonel. Colonel, don't mean shit to me. Okay, well. I'm federal. Okay. I'm trying to get home. I got my boys with me. Who do you work for? DHS. Do you have your ID with you? No, I don't. Okay. But if I called them, they'd verify that you're a 100%, bro. Okay. You don't have any type of credentials or anything that say you're DHS? Not on me, no. Okay. All right. I only bring my weapon with me if I'm. Okay, but you don't have any weapons on you right now? No, I don't. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to talk to you away from the kids. So I'm going to ask you to step out of the car and we're going to walk back to the...
Oh, he's got his kids in the car? Uh-oh. That's not good. We killed it with 84 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Indie Inc. with 34 months. Sorry, we killed it with 84 months. Indie Inc. with 34 months. And the headless chicken with 4 months. Thank you, guys.
The back of your car, okay? Are you fucking serious right now? Yes, sir, I am. You know what? Call my supervisor. Okay. Do you want to do the exercises or no? I'll do it. But you know what? What's homeboy doing down there? You know, guys, come on. Make sure we all sit because we're inside of the water. You don't want to get hit. You don't want you to get hit. That's why we're trying to do the exercise. That way we can move on. Are you Haitian? That's nothing to do with my wrist, buddy. My question was, are you Haitian? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where he's from. Okay. Look, man.
What?
I really need you to do the exercise. If you don't do it, then I'm going to say that you're refusing to do the exercise. I get it. You need a minute. I gave you a few minutes, okay? But let me talk to your supervisor. Not right now, sir. Yeah. If you're a cop, whatever. Yeah, I'm a fucking law enforcement, okay, dude. Then stop talking and sit in the back of the car and stop. Stop this. Let's go. Stop this. What about my kids? We're gonna take care of it. No, I'm not going in there. Let me talk to your supervisor. Again, you can talk to him in a second. Nope. Not going in there without my supervisor.
I mean, if this was any other guy, they would have just shoved his ass in that car, man.
Okay, let's go to the other side. Come here.
Like, they're obviously, you know, avoiding it escalating to that level, or trying to avoid it, right?
Come on, man, don't pull against me. Let's go. I'm not moving, bro. Don't fucking do this. Lane. Come on.
There you go.
Come on, buddy.
There you go. Oh, there you go.
You guys are fucking shoving.
Uh-oh. Yeah, get him in there. Shove him in there.
Come on, put your feet in. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. Put your feet in. No. Man, don't be a kid.
And now he fucking did that in front of his kids, too. That's the other thing. I hope, like, some officer is over by his kids, preventing them from seeing this, because, you know, that would be pretty fucking traumatizing. Think about that, man. How traumatizing it would be to see your dad fucking stumbling into the back of a fucking cop car.
Hey, come on. Stop. Where are my kids? Stand up. Put your feet in. What? Put your feet in. Put your feet in. You don't want to make this worse already. Come on. Come on, man. Let's go. You got to sit in the car, man. You're going to jail for DUI, which is a misdemeanor. If you don't cooperate, you go to jail for resisting.
DUI is a misdemeanor. Wait, what? Is that true? Generally, a first offense DUI with no aggravating factors when the driver is 21 or older is a misdemeanor. Damn. Okay.
It only makes it worse.
That seems kind of crazy. Well, I mean, I guess if it's a first offense. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
Come on, put your feet in, buddy. All right, your kids will be fine. This will pass. Listen to me. No, sir, not on the side of the road. Come on, let's go, man. We got to sit down, Scott. God damn you guys.
Damn. That guy had a bad fucking day. That guy had a bad fucking day, you guys.
The guy in the white shirt. That's the colonel.
He'll be fine. Bad company with $5. The guy will probably just show his kids himself to teach them to hate Haitians. Yeah, maybe. I didn't even think of that. You might be right about that. Andrew Kaczynski, is that how you say his name? He's the guy that does K-File on CNN, who discovered Graham Plattner's old posts. I spoke with Graham Plattner about his deleted 2021 Reddit posts. Some were raw and angry, others deeply reflective. He called himself a communist, blasted all cops, all police as bastards, and said rural Americans actually are racist and stupid. He said that they don't reflect who he is today. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I own a small business. That was very much me fucking around on the internet. Other posts showed his disillusionment after 4 years of duty. I'm a vegetable growing psychedelics taking socialist these days, he once wrote. After the war, I stopped believing in the... I already got that part out of the way. Plattner said he still stands by some of the ideas, not the tone of his old posts. Continues to condemn the January 6th rioters, who he called traitors, fucking morons, fucking pussies, and a worthless pussy for supporting a coup attempt. Okay, now he's sounding pretty base to me. Now I think now I think I agree with chat. I think I'm with you guys on the... Hello? Somebody called the base department? And he's very much angry about the wars he fought in. It is difficult to see all that horror as well as all the grift and corruption and not find the entire thing utterly bankrupt, he wrote in one post. And he's not regretful of all of them. On musician Ted Nugent. As a combat veteran, that motherfucker makes me want to puke. Suck a dick, Ted. To be fair, he told me, I'm not really regretful of that one. So I think it's fine. Like, I think you can have old tweets that are not great. And I think he handled it pretty well. Like, you should own a lot of it. You know what I mean? You should own a lot of it. I don't know. I feel like he handled that like really well. You know, like I don't know how many people are going to see old tweets with this response and feel like it's a deal breaker, you know, because like he framed it, I think, in the correct way. Like, I was a bonehead. I said some kind of bonehead things. I was really online. I don't regret all of them, but the overall tone, I think, could have been better. Like, that's fine. That's a fine way to navigate that, you know?
Team. That, to me, I mean, I think there are a lot of New Yorkers for which that divide is simply the divisive issue. Many, if I was casting a ballot, I would obviously be on Mamdani's side of that question. Mm-hmm. I accept that people are on Cuomo's side of it as well. In relation to the Hamas arms question, I mean, what he said in the debate last night was that both sides should put down their arms and that a ceasefire should mean that there should be a cessation, which seems a completely valid point to me. And what it seems to me he was getting at in the Fox interview on that issue was the propensity for people to assume that 100% of the responsibility for making peace lies with Hamas's actions, when in fact the last time there's a ceasefire it was Israel that broke it.
Okay, I think we've had enough of that guy. MSNBC did some reporting on Zoran.
Michael Hirschhorn, a producer, filmmaker, resistance activist, who wrote this week's New York Times essay, voting for Mamdani.
Asian Glow with 11 months. Thank you so much, buddy.
Taught me why Trump won and what you call a kind of energy or magnetism that they share, not on ideology, but on politics. Explain.
Yeah, I think the idea that has been prevalent in the Democratic Party in particular is you kind of figure out what people believe through polling, through research, and then you kind of regurgitate it back at them. Mm-hmm. And what Mamdani's doing is similar, but also quite different. He's taking seemingly out there policies and ideas and putting them in really digestible form. And he's willing to have enemies. And mm-hmm. Trump was willing to have enemies, because if you have enemies, you have people that are passionate about you. So he's very clearly.
I got enemies. Got a lot of enemies. Did you see the swastika American flag story? Yes, but I also saw a community note. About that. Just to get a little sidetracked here. Wait, is it legit?
An Ohio Republican is now under investigation, accused of having an American flag with a swastika on it in his office, according to Politico. Congressman Dave Taylor called the symbol vandalism. Scripps News Group Deputy Political Director Joe St. George joining us live now from D.C. And Joe, good morning. This is, of course, a serious concern on Capitol Hill. And how are people responding?
And this is a local story in your neck of the woods. Good morning, Kristen. Congressman Taylor represents the area, a huge swath of land in southeast Ohio, east of Cincinnati, south of Columbus, all the way to the
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. It was like I saw a community note where it's like it might be an optical illusion. I was like, how the fuck? Like optical illusion? What? Oh my God, Akeem with 20 gifted memberships. Akeem, thank you so much, man. Jesus, I really appreciate you guys.
Ohio state line. And to be clear, when you say office, the office encompassing the entire staff. So there's desks and offices for a chief of staff or a press secretary. And it appears as though
nobody wants to show the image. Let me just find the image. This is the alleged optical illusion. You tell us what you see. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Well, guys, let's take a look. Well, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That looks like a swastika. Now, just to steelman the argument, it might be like 150 degrees in that office. Work with me on this one. And then you have a situation. This is why the note is in there. Wait, hold on. Yeah, this is the proposed community note. It might be like 150 degrees. And then it's like a situation where, you know, like when you're in the desert and light kind of bends, like we don't know, right? Yeah, I saw this in the React channel, right? Wait, why can't I? Hold on. Rep Taylor's office reported the altered flag to Capitol Police as vandalism. It features a swastika visible only in photos due to an optical illusion. Similar flags were distributed into multiple congressional offices. Origin and intent under investigation. Okay, but why put it up on the wall? Like, did nobody notice? Are you really suggesting that you didn't notice a swastika? That's fucking bananas. Volave, thank you so much for 59 months. Duke Bumblesnatch, thank you so much for 65 months. Asian Glow with 11 months. And then Clerks with 129 months. Todd Michael with the tier 1 membership. Todd, thank you so much, man. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That looks like a fucking swastika. Or wait, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Maybe it's the Hindu symbol for peace. Because, guys, now hang on. Now I feel like I have to defend this guy because the swastika is on an axis, kind of tilted 45 degrees to the right. The Hindu symbol for peace is that I think this is a peace sign, is what it is. I'm pretty sure this is a peace sign, and everybody's just freaking out. The woke resist libs. Everybody's a Nazi, right? You know, you put a swastika on an American flag and people just call you a Nazi. I mean, he's got a Nazi haircut for sure. Is this the guy or is this a staffer? Rep Dave Taylor. Well, this guy's just fucking bald. I'm going to blame it on the little Nazi staffer, alleged. I think it's this guy's fault. No, wait, what's up, Naughty Pup? What? What's happening? Hello? 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 Your mic is not working. Timu Madison Cawthorn right there. Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay. The reason I put that in there for you to see was that because it was like yesterday or the day before, Twitter started doing AI community notes. That wasn't one of us, because I am one of the community note people.
Oh,
that was
okay.
us. That was them.
Gotcha. Okay.
You check those two links or look at those two links. We are fighting it in the. I only took a screenshot of that part, but
is the community note still up? Is it still active?
I believe so.
That's
I'd have to look.
Fucking insane. A community note saying this is an optical illusion is insane.
Well, it's AI saying it.
Yeah.
And both of those articles like contradict each other.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
So it's like, is it really AI or is it somebody saying they're AI and then putting shit up in community notes when the rest of us aren't doing that?
Yeah, I think the idea of AI community notes is good, and that's inevitable, I think, but clearly there are some problems with it right now. If it's waiting, like there's certain things that you should just dismiss as absurd, and it doesn't look like Grok is doing that just yet.
Yeah. But it's just, because people will put community notes in there just to be political or do stupid shit. They were doing it on Hasan's, they do it on all the stuff. But and then, we have to say, no, it's not helpful. And then hope there's enough people that say, no, it's not helpful for it to go down.
Yeah.
It's just like, what the hell ever.
That's fucking crazy. Yeah.
But I just wanted to point that out because I knew you weren't seeing it.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
YouTube chat, like the damn stream.
Yeah, guys. What the fuck? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah, this is just bananas. That's crazy. Fucking swastika. A goddamn American flag. But again, we don't know. Maybe it's the Hindu symbol for peace. We don't know. You don't know. You can't judge.
On one of his staff desks in the background there. This was first uncovered by a progressive blogger in Ohio, picked up by Politico, and is one of the many hot topics here on Capitol Hill on this Thursday morning. Now, Congressman Taylor, Republican Congressman Dave Taylor, issued this statement. I am aware of an image that appears to depict a vile and deeply inappropriate symbol near an employee in my office. So Congressman Taylor is saying this wasn't his desk, wasn't his personal office, this was the overall office. Important context.
Is the employee fired? Feels like that's probably a good time to fire someone, right?
There. He goes on to say the content of that image does not reflect the values or standards of this office, my staff, or myself, and I condemn it in the strongest terms.
I mean, what does it say about your office that he felt so emboldened as to put up a swastika American flag, just like prominently display it in his office. Like what the fuck is going on in your office? Like what kind of culture do you have going on over there? Where he felt like he could just do that on camera is another thing. I mean, it is kind of disturbing and alarming and scary just how fucking emboldened actual Nazis are. Do you guys remember 2017? Many of you were nubile, young kids. What does nubile even mean? A young, sexually attractive woman. I didn't know that was limited to women. 2017, the big thing that was like the thing that really dominated the conversation throughout 2017 was this fear that the alt-right and Nazis, white nationalists, it was a fear that they felt emboldened because Donald Trump won. And when we look back on 2017 from 2025, it almost seems like quaint, you know? That really drove news cycles for the entire year, you know? There were so many there was so much reporting on it, you know? Obviously Charlottesville happened. And then now in 2025, they're just like out in the open, you know, and it's so much more visible on social media now because Twitter has adopted a policy of just, you know, you can be a Nazi and that's okay, right? And when I go to like my For You tab on Twitter, it's like, no joke, I don't want to inflate it, but like, it's like every 30 posts, there's a post from like an obvious Nazi, and you click on their profile and it's like, you know, fucking ancient European architecture, or architecture. Yeah. And some caption about like how the West is falling or something. I don't know what it, you know, it's just like, they're just so out in the open now in a way that they weren't back in 2017. And so much of the commentary then was like, you know, if we're not careful, we could be headed to a future where Nazis just feel like they can just, and it's like, you know, here we are in 2025 and it's like, yeah, you know, we got there. It occurs to me that we actually didn't even watch the clip of Zoran condemning Hasan. This is a funny clip, by the way. This is just objectively funny.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that Israel does not have a right to exist as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged. That is from the river to the sea. That's why he won't denounce globalized intifada.
Right. That's just a funny. Oh man!
I told you to kill all Jews.
Let's give Mr. Mamdani a chance to respond to that.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hasan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think,
I mean, this is why, like, if Hasan actually wants to support candidates throughout the country, the best thing he can do is not talk to them, you know? That's really the best thing, because there's so much baggage with him that he's putting them in a fucking really difficult position, because everyone is gonna press these politicians to, in an attempt to sort of like tie them to Hasan's most extreme rhetoric over the years. And you know, this is true for anybody with that kind of baggage, you know, and I guess maybe it depends on the race, you know, maybe it doesn't matter in some races over another. But like Destiny has similar baggage as well. And my understanding is that, you know, Destiny, I think he supported a mayor for some city in Missouri one time. Was it Missouri or Nebraska? I don't even remember. And then eventually the candidate had to come out and like distance himself from Destiny because of all that baggage, right?
That part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR, so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Melissa has another
We're going to turn it to Sally, actually. Yeah, actually, this kind of flows, and then we'll go back to Melissa. Mr. Mamdani, you told NBC's Meet the Press that you don't believe it's the role of the mayor to police speech. Your words about this war have comforted many New Yorkers, but they've troubled others.
I knew it was going to happen, and he actually was pretty nice about it.
There is your recent refusal, as we just discussed, to condemn the...
I knew it was going to happen. He was actually pretty nice about it overall. He doesn't mean that he reached out privately, does he? No, I don't think so. President Trump participates in a bilateral lunch with the president of Ukraine. That's going to happen here live shortly. We'll probably tune into a little bit of that. Fox News covered this debate as well.
Well, the numbers are in, and take a look at them. A brand new Fox News poll shows 52% of likely voters support Zoran Mamdani, more than both rivals, Andrew Cuomo.
Damn, look at that. That's crazy. Dazudani with $5. It's not really condemnation of Hasan, just a specific statement. Gotcha. Well, I mean, yeah.
And Curtis Lewa combined. But both of them hope to put a dent in his support by asking how exactly Mamdani...
Dazudani with $2. Doesn't the Hindu one have dots between the arms? They do, yeah. I saw, yeah. And then Todd, I think I got you for the tier 1 membership. And then Sei with 200 bits. Fake Screech laughing is actually deranged. To me, that was just a funny... clip. I laughed. It was
Mamdani wants to pay for all his free stuff as the socialist pursues his progressive agenda. Watch this.
Zoran, boy, your fantasy.
It was beautiful, right? It was,
all right.
He walked in and we put on his music, right?
All right, this is live, and it's bilateral talks with Zelensky. They already finished lunch, or what's happening here?
Some of the people, if the cabinet members are good, if they're doing a good job, we'll let them come along with some others, right? We're going to have a good time. December 5th. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to be with a very strong leader, a man who has been through a lot, and a man who I've gotten to know very well, and we've gotten along really very well. And we had a big call yesterday, as you know, with President Putin, and we'll be talking about it. President Zelensky of Ukraine has endured a lot. I mean, he really has. He's endured a lot, and we've endured it with him. To be honest, it's been a long time, and I think we're making great progress. So we're going to be talking about that today. We'll be talking about what took place yesterday with my phone call with President Putin. And I think that things are coming along pretty well. It began with Alaska, where I think certain guidelines were discussed, and we want to see if we can get this done. This was long ago into the Biden administration. I came here and we inherited this, and we'd like to see if we could finish it, end it. We want it ended. So many people have died in this war, and we're going to get it ended. So I just want to thank you all very much. If you have a couple of questions, go ahead, please. In fact, before I do that, let me just ask the President to say a few words. Thank you, President.
Pleasure. Glad to meet you again, Mr. President. Thank you very much for the invitation. Again, my congratulations with your successful ceasefire in the Middle East.
Thank you.
Yeah, and...
Uh-oh, he's not wearing a tie.
This is the momentum to finish Russia's war against Ukraine. I think that, yes, we understand.
He's kind of doing like a compromise,
that, Putin is not ready. I think not ready, but I think that I'm confident.
Like a tuxedo shirt, you know?
Help, we can stop this war, and we really need it. We see that they don't have successful steps on the battlefield, and it's good. I think that their army is weak now, but a lot of losses. They have a lot of losses, and in economy and people, and I think this is a very important moment. And I wanted to thank you, Mr. President, after our phone calls. Yesterday I had a good opportunity to meet with the big American energy companies, and they're ready to help us. Yes, after all these attacks on our infrastructure, Russian attacks, and etc. And I had also meetings, thanks to your team. We had meetings with a good military companies. We spoke about air defense, and I want to share it after with details where we are. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Very good. And I think it looks beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I hope people notice. It's a good. It's actually very stylish. I like it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Under the Biden administration, the White House was fearing of a possible escalation. They were not allowing the Ukrainians to strike into Russia, fearing of this escalation.
Doutsy, thank you, buddy.
Would your administration allow Ukrainians to strike deep into Russia?
We're going to be talking about that. That's something we'll be talking about. You're right. It's an escalation, but we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President, will President Zelensky join you in Hungary to meet President Putin?
Because it's a leader that we like. We like Viktor Orban. He likes him. I like him. It's a country that's a safe country. Done a very good job. He's been a very good leader in the sense of running his country. He doesn't have a lot of the problems that other countries have. And so we've decided that we'll be going to be with Viktor Orban, and he will, I think he'll be a very good host.
President Trump, President Trump, right here. President Trump.
Hungary, yeah. We're doing Hungary, yeah.
With Putin, is it a trilateral meeting, or is it just you and Putin?
This one right here.
To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the President, Zelensky, in touch. There's a lot of bad blood with the two presidents, and I'm not speaking out of turn when I say it. It's a very difficult situation. You know, we just settled the war, and after thousands of years, I guess. People say anywhere from 500 to 3,000 years, and I was in rooms, as you saw, because you were with me, a lot of you were with me last week, with leaders that didn't like each other, but they were able to get along. These two leaders do not like each other, and we want to make it comfortable for everybody. So one way or the other, we'll be involved in threes, but it may be separated.
President Trump, President Trump.
Was he what? Where are you from?
From Ukraine. He actually had a
Okay, good.
conversation with me.
Good, yeah.
What if President Putin doesn't agree to peace in Hungary? What do you do then? Do you have...
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, you know, what if? I think he will. I think that President Putin wants to end the war, or I wouldn't be talking this way. I think he wants to end the war. I spoke to him yesterday for 2.5 hours. We went through a lot of details. He wants to get it ended. I think that President Zelensky wants to get it ended. Now we have to get it done.
President Trump, Kara Castronova from Lindell TV. And although I love asking you questions, today my question is for President Zelensky
Sure.
of Ukraine.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our President Zelensky, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans, both sides of the aisle, are very proud of. But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions. Our president has stuck out his neck in many ways to make a peace deal for your war as well. What specific concessions are you willing to make to end this war with Russia? Will you give up joining NATO? Americans have foreign war fatigue, and our president, as he said, we need our tomahawks too.
To me?
Yes, you, President Zelensky.
Thank you very much.
That's some question. Right?
So many questions in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need to sit and speak. The second point, we need ceasefire. Even now, you see in the Middle East, it's very difficult to hold ceasefire. Everywhere, in every war, it's very difficult. We want peace, Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will speak with President today what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Matter just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about NATO or NATO. For Ukrainians, it's very important. Of course, it's our decision, decisions of allies to decide where we are.
But are you willing to give
Yes, but the most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attacks, to have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important. And between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you're the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelensky or President Putin?
I think they're both doing a great job in that sense. We have to get it done. We've got to take some of the hatred of each other. You know, they don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelensky, but I say it in front of President Putin too. They have tremendous bad blood. It really is what is holding up, I think, a settlement. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries involved, and every one of them agreed. And it's, you know, it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
And President Zelensky, right behind you. When we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in the Middle East, and that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance, and I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Mr. President. Sir, a few weeks ago in New York when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think they'll have to be...
I mean, he's playing the game. You know, you got to play the game right. So.
Never know, do you? You just never know. With war and peace, but you never know. Please.
Russia calls Tomahawk supply to Ukraine as an escalation, yet it continues using similar cruise
The course. Thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
Who are you with? You're Ukraine?
Yeah.
Good.
But Russia continue even using the cruise missiles and also nuclear-capable ballistic missiles in Ukraine since 2022. So do you consider providing Ukraine with the Tomahawk or similar missiles as an opportunity to equalize the possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation table?
Sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay? Fair question. Exactly as he told you to say it. But we're going to be talking.
Bad Company with $5. I hate my opponent guy telling Zelensky to stop hating Putin. Yeah, true.
You said India and Hungary? That's an interesting... India and Hungary. It's an interesting combination.
Refuse to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very great leader of Hungary, and they are, it's very hard for them to get oil. I understand it. Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports. They're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And they've already de-escalated, and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
President Trump has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump
Yeah.
has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelensky, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She just felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. We have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000, and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
President Trump, if you okay tomahawks to Ukraine, what's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's a problem. We need tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. But it's beyond the money. We need tomahawks, and we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. One of the reasons we want to get this war over is exactly that. It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, please.
Just to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have tomahawks. That's why we need tomahawks. But United States is a very strong production, and the United States has tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump okays Tomahawk missiles to help you launch...
Yes, it's about Russia, military goals. It's only about military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where...
Yes, of course.
The US
yes, we have proposition. Yeah, we have big proposition with our drones.
President Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others, and they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the last couple of years because of this war. I will say, there's nothing like the jets. We knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones. The ones, and the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country, because you never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about tomahawks, and would much rather have them not need tomahawks.
You know what I could go for right now is a fucking tomahawk steak, man. I'm fucking hungry right now.
Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, we're in it to get the war over. We're selling a lot of different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week, thousands of people. Russian, Ukrainian, and mostly soldiers. I mean, mostly soldiers. But we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it. But I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelensky wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
Can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Bessent?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something. As of this moment, we'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself
will go forward?
I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, you know, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane. And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs, and we took in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Very serious.
And then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back, and we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state.
All right, you know, I have a threshold with him these days, and I just can't I just don't have the stamina like I used to. I don't have the stamina to watch him speak for too long. I tap out at like fucking 8 minutes. I'm done. James Tallarico is a candidate that I'm really excited about in Texas because I think this guy is a really interesting candidate. You know, Texas is a bit of a mirage. Like it's a little like out of reach for Democrats. We always want to think like, is this the year that Texas becomes purple? But I really do think there's something intriguing about a young pastor using Christ's teachings to push liberal politics, you know? And I think he's very gifted rhetorically. Like, I think he's just as gifted as Mamdani, by the way. And I think we're going to be hearing a lot more from this guy in the coming years. Bad company with $2, Trump duration syndrome. Yeah, true. This was a speech he gave or campaign ad or something. I'm not sure, but let's take a look at this real quick and tell me if you guys agree with me, because I think this guy's got a lot of potential. And whoever edits these, it's like a fucking Paul Thomas Anderson film, you know, like his production team is on point for sure.
I don't know about y'all, but I can't think of a better way to spend a Tuesday night in Central Texas with a bunch of hardworking Dems in support of our next U.S. Senator.
He has integrity. He's intelligent.
He's a white people whisperer, you know? I feel like he's a white people whisperer. You know what I mean?
He's a hard worker. He's fearless. And not only that, he's handsome. What more could you ask for? We need to get behind James Tallarico, and we need to flip this Senate seat.
for the Texas House.
It sounds like Friday Night Lights. You know, it sounds like music that you would hear in the background of like Friday Night Lights. I just like his fucking campaign. I just really like it. I just really fucking like it, man.
2 members are assigned to one desk. And from those desks, we make decisions that affect millions of Texans' lives.
Tallarico isn't a pastor, Hutch. Pretty sure he is, right? Hang on. I think you're... I'm almost positive he is. Excuse me. Is an American politician, a Presbyterian seminarian, and a former public school teacher. What is a seminarian? A seminary, school of theology, theological college, or divinity school. Oh, okay. So, all right. Is he not a pastor? He's not a pastor? Wait, hang on. He just studied theology? Is that what it was? There's no credible evidence that James Tallarico is currently a pastor. Okay, well, thank you for correcting me on that one. I've been saying that for like 2 months. What the fuck? Okay.
That person is my desk mate, James Tallarico. I've watched James fight with integrity, legislate with empathy, and never once forget who sent him to Austin. So when people ask me why I believe James Tallarico is ready for the U.S. Senate, it's because I've seen it from the desks that we share. We need a new kind of leadership, a new generation, a new Texas. This is our moment. How
many views does this have? It was posted 1 day ago. 35K views? Not crazy. What about like his James Tallarico? What about? Because we keep talking about how we need politicians who can, like, you know, do big numbers on social media. I don't think he posted it.
Done playing defense. We're done letting.
Apparently, Barack Obama spoke about him when he had a conversation with Mark Maron the other day, which we never even watched that. I feel like we should have watched that, but.
There's this young state rep, James Tallarico, who was on there a while back.
Yeah. Tallarico, it's fine.
Texas.
Oh, that guy's good, right?
He's terrific. A really talented young man. And it does require a certain confidence in your actual convictions to debate and have a conversation with somebody who disagrees with you on a whole bunch of stuff.
What makes him so good, though? Because there is something grounded about him that you had it too.
You know what? So
to me, Tallarico comes across as very, like, earnest. You know, like, pretty. I feel like when I hear him talk about Christ's teachings, I'm listening to someone who, like, actually believes it. You know, he comes across as very authentic in his religious principles. Indy, thank you so much for the primer.
In our foundation, a lot of the work that I do is working with young civic leaders, political leaders.
Coach with $10. I went and saw Tallarico speak last week. He was great. He's pushing a message that national Dems aren't for the working man anymore, but in Texas that might work. He's currently studying to become a pastor. Gotcha. I don't know. For me, guys, I've made peace with it might just be necessary to have certain candidates running in certain states or districts that are running on the anti-establishment kind of populist brain rot stuff. I don't know, man. It might be necessary. I don't love it, but if that's what people are connecting with, fine. Go with that. Literally whatever works. Like, whatever helps you win within the bounds of, you know, morality and ethics. And, like, don't kill people so you can win an election, but, like, rhetorically, you know. Like Plattner. Plattner is another example of that kind of rhetoric. I mean, like, Tallarico and Plattner present very differently, but I'm a little paranoid right now because I heard sirens. 1 second. It hasn't happened yet, you know, knock on wood. Coach Jay with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Mamdani with $5. Texas is an uphill climb, to put it mildly, but it is encouraging that he won a very competitive state house district twice. I did not know that.
Journalist.
Okay, anyways. Get back to Tallarico himself. Like, I just think, man, you know, like, think about it this way. Like, he's very moderate coded, but he seems like, what are his policy platforms? Let me look that up real quick.
Fear win. I've seen James Tallarico up close. I've seen him. I've been in the arena, in the fight, and in the fire with him. And I'm telling you, from the seat beside him, from one friend to another, there is no one more prepared to take this fight to Washington. He's the son of a single mom, a former public school teacher.
In 2025, Tallarico continued to be a major voice in opposition to placing 10 commandments in Texas public schools. The specific legislation, SB 10, required every classroom to visibly display a poster containing the 10 commandments, sized at least 16 to 20 inches. When the bill was first brought to the floor of the Texas House, Tallarico called point of order that delayed its passage. His policies are rich people bad. The bill ultimately passed the legislature, but videos of his remarks against it went viral and led to an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. During the 88th legislative session, Tallarico was the primary author of House Bill 25, which would create the Texas Wholesale Prescription Drug Importation Program and allow Texas to import lower-cost Canadian medications that are approved by the FDA. Tallarico was an outspoken critic. I already got that one there. During the 87th legislative session, Tallarico filed HB 54, known as Javier Ambler's Law, and the legislature passed it. It prohibits state law enforcement agencies, except game wardens, from entering into contracts with reality TV shows that film them in the line of duty. This was in response to the role Live PD is alleged to have played in the killing of Javier Ambler by Williamson County, Texas police. Tallarico had previously criticized Sheriff Robert Cody's handling of the incident, calling for his resignation. Tallarico was the primary author of HB 30, which provided a path for minors in the criminal justice system who have been adjudicated as adults or who are eligible under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to earn a high school diploma instead of pursuing a high school equivalency. In 2018, Tallarico filed the Whole Student Agenda, a legislative package with bills addressing public education policy. 2 bills from this list were passed by the legislature, HB 3012, which required students who were suspended from school to to have an alternative means of receiving coursework, and HB 455, which would standardize a model recess policy. Governor Abbott vetoed HB 455. And then, does he have like a campaign website? James Tallarico for Senate. James Tallarico for Senate. JamesTallarico.com. Why I'm running. Our economy is broken. Our politics are broken. Even our relationships with each other feel broken. That's because the most powerful people in the world want it that way. The biggest divide in this country is not left versus right. It's top versus bottom. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other instead of looking up at them. The people at the top work so hard to keep us so angry and divided because blah, 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 etc., etc. The billionaires and the 1% of the 1%. 2,000 years ago, when the powerful few rigged the system, that barefoot rabbi walked into the seat of power and flipped over the tables of injustice. To those who love our country, to those who love our neighbors, it's time to start flipping tables. I mean, that's just a fucking great line. Time to start flipping tables. That got me fired up as a former Catholic, you know? It's just a great line. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking amazing.
And the best damn decimate I could ask for. Let's stand up. Let's speak up. Let's show up for James and for Texas. Please welcome my friend, the next U.S. Senator from Texas, James Tallarico.
Thank y'all. What a beautiful night in Round Rock, Texas.
Mr. Oceanos in chat, following since January 2018, almost 8 years. Listen, when Hasan Piker fucks up, people are gonna talk about it. They're gonna talk about it. When he has giant, public, easily identifiable fuck-ups, people are going to talk about it. You got to be okay with that. That's the price of relevance. He is insanely relevant in online discourse. That's a sign of his success. That so many people talk about his fuck ups when he fucks up, but people are gonna talk about it. Yeah, man, I don't dislike you. I don't understand the laser focus on it. It seems more like it's more destructive than constructive. Well, destructive for Hasan because he fucked up and he continues to fuck up. People are going to talk about it because he's a fucking enormous streamer. And when enormous streamers fuck up and then lie about it, and then double lie about it, and triple lie about it, and quadruple down on the absurd lies, people are going to talk about it. And you can't do this thing where you're like, there's bigger fish to fry. We got to stop doing that. We got to stop doing that. The logical continuation of that argument is that people should never talk about anything other than the current worst thing in the world. And it's dumb. It's really dumb. Nobody works this way. It comes across as like a very kind of juvenile attempt at emotional manipulation. Are you really going to talk about it's the meme, but it's just repurposed. It's the meme of, do we really need to talk about this when there's a genocide going on? It's like that, but it's just repurposed, you know? And all it is, it's just a way to, it's a not so subtle and not so clever way to avoid accountability for fuck ups. When big people fuck up, people talk about those fuck ups. There's a difference between talking about it and making it your focal point. Today is the first to like in like a week I came in and you weren't talking about Hasan. Why do you think people like me talk about stuff like that? Like I'm just so curious. Why do you think streamers and other people cover this stuff? Like, why do you think? I'm just curious. You were all for standing together against Trump last year. What changed? I've never claimed that Hasan is like a part of that. Why would I claim that? Hasan is not, me and him are not on the same team. We haven't been on the same team in years. He's on his own team. I don't want to be on that team. I don't want him on my team. Dude, that is so stupid. Why would you say that that's stupid? It's stupid for me to not want to be on the same team as someone who couldn't even be bothered to suggest that his audience support Kamala Harris. That is like the minimum standard. Like that's like at the very bottom, you know, there's like a list of criteria in my mind that I would go through in order to get to a place of like, you know what? Yeah, I want to be kind of on the same team or whatever. At the very bottom, the very first thing, my very first criteria, where if you don't meet that, I'm not even going to consider the rest. But the very first criteria is, did this person use their platform to suggest that people support Kamala Harris? Your on-screen chat is still bleeding. Oh, yeah. Good catch. What the fuck? How long has that been a thing? Hasan does not want to support the Democratic Party in their fight against like fascism and MAGA. Hasan's delusional fantasy is that they're going to do like a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party. And number one, that's not going to happen. It's just delusional. And number two, in his pursuit of that, he's one of the worst kind of flowchart offenders. He's just, you changed scenes for your convo with Aaron, and it must have made a mistake. Yeah, maybe. Why would I want to be on Hasan's team if he can't just clearly articulate to his audience that in terms of the differences between the two parties, there's like a universe. There's an entire universe of space in between the two parties. He doesn't tell his audience that. If it's not going to happen and it's delusional, why waste your time on him? Well, Steelman me, I want you to try to answer that question. Why do you think I talk about Hasan? I'm just so, like, why do you think I talk about him? I think you blame him for Kamala losing and you're angry. Hang on a second. Acreal, I know you're a regular, bro. You started following shortly before the election in 2020, or maybe right after the election, maybe the day of the election in 2020. But I know I've seen you in chat pretty regularly. Yeah, you're like a regular viewer in the chat. When have I ever blamed Hasan for Kamala losing? What are you basing that off of? What do you mean? Gen X with $10. Mamdani was asked about not voting for Kamala, and he said left primary blank, but she didn't run in primary. Oh, maybe he meant 2020 primary? Him and everyone like him who never endorsed Kamala or told people to vote for her, you blame them all for it. Wait, hang on. I'm starting to lose my patience a little bit. I know you're a regular in the chat. Why would you believe that? When I have articulated so many times, like all the ways that I think, all the reasons why I think she lost. I've specifically said, no, hang on, buddy. I've specifically said numerous times that I don't blame like the far left. I've gone out of my way to say, this is one of those elections where I don't think you get to just like put the blame on them. Did you see Vosh's new stream title? No, I don't. Introducing America's largest leftist streamer who has never been condemned by Zoran Mamdani. That's pretty clever. Here's where I'm at. I'm just gonna here's where I'm at, okay? I'm gonna tell you where my head's at. What I'm focused on at this point in my career, how I view my entire project is about, it's like a very kind of broadly pro-liberal democracy project. I'm very much opposed to fascism. I'm very much opposed to like socialism. Very, very much opposed to the Trump administration, the MAGA movement, the current incarnation of the Republican Party, which necessitates that I oppose anybody who I think either directly or indirectly, intentionally or unintentionally, helps the Republican Party. And my view is that Hasan Piker helps the Republican Party and hurts the Democratic Party. I don't know how anybody could think otherwise. If he stopped streaming tomorrow, I think it would net the Democratic Party more votes. So why would I not focus on people like that just because they're on the left? That seems a bit. It's not again, it's not about like, I'm not picking and choosing what ideology to focus on. It's like, okay, are you making the Republicans' jobs easier? Are you harming the discourse? Are you obfuscating reality? Are you distorting the truth? Are you confusing your audience? And when it comes to Hasan, he does. And he's done it for years. For fucking years. Lazy with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Gen X, did I already get you for that? I think so, yeah. But that's the thing. He wasn't talking about Hasan when I entered the stream, which means the title was literally just clickbait, and he encourages his audience to be just fuck Hasan haters, and that ultimately reinforces fractaling of the progressive populace. Hang on a second. This double standard blows my mind. Mr. Oceanos, I have a question for you. Are you unaware of how much shit Hasan Piker talks about the Democratic Party and liberals? Are you just unaware of that? Why are you pretending like this is like a one-way thing? Like the lib left fracture. Why are you pretending like this is like a one-way thing? 50% of Hasan's brand is shitting on the Democratic Party. And yet you're like, why are you promoting so much division when we should be united? When has Hasan ever indicated that he wants to unite with people like me? By the way, can you answer that question? Can you answer that question? When has Hasan ever indicated that he wants to unite with people like me? Like that believe in like pragmatic politics and excuse me. He's actively hostile towards people like me, and he has been for years, man. And then when people swing back at him, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You're dividing us right now. Like, really? You support the status quo. That's why. Some of you guys are. That's bait. That's good bait. I'll give you that. That's good bait. Chort with the tier 1 membership. Chort, thank you so much, buddy. Daz Vidania with $10. The issue with Hasan and company is that they get a disproportionate megaphone, then that gets them labeled as being representative of the average Dem. It scares moderates and drowns out liberal voices. I mean, that's one of the problems. Probably the biggest problem. I see what you're saying, but when he shits on them, he constantly discusses the polls that showed the Dems' classic base disagrees with them. I don't know where you're going with that. I mean, he shits on Democrats constantly for the most ridiculous things. You know. Just the most ridiculous things. I don't know what to tell you. Just like really just remarkably ridiculous shit. Bad Company with $2. Give me a Republican Hasan over a left Joe Rogan. I don't even know what that means. I don't even understand what that means. Yes, because they don't fight back against right-wing framing. Well, let me just ask you, like, from my vantage point, Hasan's politics, like the reason why the Democratic Party numbers are a big reason why, one of the big reasons why Democratic Party numbers are so bad is because a large swath of the public thinks that the Democratic Party has Hasan's politics. Can we just pause on that one for a minute? This is just, we just know this shit. A big reason why the Democratic Party numbers are at their lowest point in modern history is because so many people in the public think the Democratic Party has Hasan's politics. And so then Hasan wants to talk about how Democratic Party numbers are bad. Well, how do you think his movement, like the movement that he represents, how do you think that's viewed by the public? Do you think his politics are popular in America? Like his specific politics? I hate Ryan Mulally, but he is a lawyer that moved to MAGA over that issue. Like, he should know better. Imagine how many dumber people did. No. You don't need to hold on. I would just suggest that you don't just mention Hasan in your stream title. Highlight some other topics that actually affect people and that aren't terminally online. Why are you giving me advice for how to brand my streams? What the fuck? Do you do content? Like, what do you like? Why are you giving me advice on my stream titles? Why would I listen to you? I feel like I've been doing this for like 15 years. Starting to get, yeah, you're on thin ice, buddy. That's a good point. This guy literally showed up because of the titles, so it worked. I mean, true. Why would you give me like SEO advice? Like what, why would I? Oh, you know what? This random person in my Twitch chat who I know nothing about, you know what? They make a good point. Sorry. Anyways, I got a little one guide there for a minute. Stop complaining that people are talking about Hasan's fuck ups. Stop. Stop. Be a grown up. There are consequences when you fuck up. There are consequences when you fuck up. And when you fuck up very publicly and then you keep fucking up. Over and over again. You just don't stop fucking up. Just the last week is just one giant fuck up. People are gonna talk about that. Let's move on from Hasan, and you give me the sword over here, damn it. Well, why are you giving me advice for how to run my fucking stream? I got it. I'm good. Let me warn you instead of giving you a mod badge. How about that? But I warn you. I don't even know what that does. I won't do it. But just know that I'm warning you in my mind. This whole just like, you're being so mean to Hasan. There's bigger things to talk. It's so cringe. It's so unbelievably cringed, man. Stop getting so attached to streamers, for Christ's sakes. I get it. You want to punish him. What? It ain't that deep, man. It ain't that fucking deep, man. I want to punish him? What power do you think I have? What? It's just a funny viral story. And he keeps making it more viral. Like, he just keeps making it more viral. I'm not ashamed to admit, I have found this whole thing just fucking riveting. Riveting. Because it has exposed how, like, massively delusional. Like, I think it says a lot. There's like a lot of angles to the story that just make it just really fascinating. When you see the people that are like, you know, you can't tell me that this is not just riveting, you know, like fascinating. We already watched the clip and it's like, and we can watch it again because it's just so, you know, we got Dr. K talking about it here. Here's a new clip. I don't even know what clip this is. Who knows? Let's find out together.
Let me understand. Because he always escapes. Okay, this is beautiful. Okay. Always escapes responsibility. What else? Oh, Jesus, I gotta slow down.
The fuck just happened? What?
Let me understand. Because he always escapes. Okay, this is beautiful. Okay. Always escapes responsibility. What else? Oh, Jesus, I gotta slow down. Maybe we're pro animals. Like, okay. Right? So animal abuse. But there's like all kinds of animal abuse going on all the time, right? There's like all kinds of animal abuse going on all the time. What bothers us so much about this instance of animal abuse? More so than everything else. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying y'all are wrong. I'm genuinely trying to understand why, for the people who do not think this is disproportionate.
Like, I start talking about why I think this story is so interesting. And then this clip shows up on my feed. And it's a clip of Dr. K kind of exploring with his chat, like why this story is so interesting. That's kind of crazy timing.
Okay. Like, tell me why. Explain it to me. He can't keep getting away with it. Exposes his true colors. Okay. So then this is like related to hypocrisy. This is beautiful.
I've long held that I think like human beings are just really, like hypocrisy is really compelling. Just the concept alone is something that I think fascinates human beings. And so when you have someone like Hasan, whose entire brand is basically virtue signaling, like that's what it is. It's just every day you fire up the stream and it's all revolving around how the rest of the world is evil and he and his community are virtuous, and then everybody else is evil. The libs, evil. MAGA, evil. Everybody. And they're virtuous. And so when you have someone like that get caught fucking zapping his dog for something really dumb, that creates a shitstorm because you've spent so many collective days and hours and months and just shitting on everybody else for being these evil people, right?
Okay, so he's like deflecting, talking about rapes. Okay, gaslighting.
I mean, they're only talking about like the specific Hasan angle. But for me, the most interesting part of the whole debacle has been have been the reactions from like people in his orbit. So it tells like a greater story. There's like a larger story going on beyond just the dog. It's like he has cultivated this following, this audience, this network of streamer friends who now he knows. Like this was a litmus test of, you know, who is going to be the most loyal to him. And so because you want to demonstrate your loyalty to Hasan, you end up saying just the most ridiculous things. You know, you get Pokimane tweeting out like a not so thinly veiled threat to her podcast staff that she's going to fucking fire a bunch of people because they didn't want to air an episode with him because of the controversy. And she's like, we're going to do some restructuring. Like, what? Hello? Now I can't find the other one. Where's the clip with the porn star person? Sasha, what's her name? Sasha Grey? Sasha Grey. Is that it? Like, this clip is just the funniest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Provided info.
Like, it's actually the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, this is the power of like a cult of personality. This right here is like there's it's just such an absurd clip, right? Like,
I saw someone who provided info of the caller when he showed it. He took out the contact points and put electrical tape over it. I watched the same clip. There's no tape, and you can't take those points out. You cannot cut the prongs off of a man. That's what I'm saying. The cope is so hard with a lot of people on this.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
Like, you know, it's like, and that's just the perfect demonstration of just, I think Hasan is I think he's a really intelligent guy. I don't think he's dumb. I think he's very savvy. And he has spent years and years and years building and accumulating not just like regular capital, but social capital. And so people look to him to be this like real leader of moral clarity. And he has projected this image of himself onto the people around him in his like actual orbit in real life with his like streamer network friends, and then certainly with his audience, has spent years building himself up to be this guy that's like the moral kind of like guiding star. And so because of that image that he's put out there, people will go to extraordinary lengths where you are literally, in this case, just actively avoiding, like, did you see that? Is that not fucking fascinating? Tell me this is not.
Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
But here's my thing, right?
Oh, I don't want to watch any more of this.
Tell me that's not fascinating. That at the second, I mean, literally the second that somebody who has sort of like been hypnotized by him is confronted with something that challenges the narrative, they get repulsed. They are like, she was literally repulsed by it. Don't you get it? She was literally repulsed by it. Like, something deep inside of her was like, no, I don't want to listen to this new information. That is fascinating to me. I'm sorry. That is fascinating to me, man. It's so fascinating. You know what I mean? And I think we're drawing on parallels. We get so confused about politics, right? I'm in the same Same camp. Sometimes I look at MAGA and I just get so confused because I'm like, how? You know, like, how? Like, how do you find yourself defending someone like Donald Trump? Like, how does that happen? How can a fucking self-described Christian think that Donald Trump was sent by God to save the country? How does it get to that point? And we apply that kind of confusion to like politics, but then you see stuff like this and you're like, oh, like that's the power of persuasion. If you can sort of work the crowd in a savvy enough manner for a number of years, you can cultivate an audience and a sort of like a defensive structure. You know what I mean? Like the people, the network of streamer friends that he has, they're essentially like a wall. They're like forming like a human wall. And they're actively trying to like shield him from consequences or shield him from scrutiny. An iron dome, if you will. That's exactly right. He's got an iron dome of like Caroline Kwan, you know, she's like, I saw the thing. It's not the, it can't possibly be the thing. And, you know, and fucking cutie Cinderella, who thought she was being like an iron dome for him, but ended up making the situation worse. Is Chilled Chaos in here? Chilled, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
What's up, man? Long time no talk.
I'm doing good. I actually was laughing because I saw a, I don't know, I guess it was a post or something where it was the K9/11 gate, and I just couldn't stop laughing at how horrific that was.
Have you heard Dogtober 7th?
No, I have not heard that.
That's another one. Yeah, that's another one.
Too. No, I heard your comment and just wanted to briefly chime in because, again, as someone else who's been doing this for way too long, about the idea that someone can so boldly and I guess unequivocally just support someone even when the evidence contradicts it.
Right.
And then it always confuses me because if we go back to like, let's say 10, 15 years ago when this kind of, you know, streaming started popping off, or even 20 years ago at this point, because I mean, it's been a while. People were so quick to care about or be very paranoid about their brand, about their image, about who they play with. Sure, there was definitely ladder climbing and clout chasing, but I haven't seen it to this level where you will take someone's facts and then just have the facts be broadcasted on stream, which is against what you've been saying, and then just completely ignore that and the audience seems okay with it. Yeah. We have entered this weird world where like people are willingly...
But more than ignore it, like push it away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was physically repulsed by that clip so much that she was like, no, I can't watch that. You know, that's beyond just ignoring it, right?
I get that because that's a cognitive dissonance of like, oh, this is what I believe versus this is what's really happening. I get that, but like, shouldn't you at that point? Because I would imagine, again, as someone who does this, I would imagine the minute that comes out on stream the way it did, you lose all credibility. Like it's gone. Like there's not even, where's the freaking backpedaling or the apology with the dog or any of that stuff? Like what was going on back in the days? Like now you could just be blatantly wrong, hypocritical, and just like, nah, don't worry about it. Like that's insane to me.
Yeah, T. Martin should have never apologized in retrospect. You know what I mean?
It seems like that was the play. You know, any of those guys ever apologizing, it seems like if they just waited a couple of more years, you can just be like, it doesn't matter if I was wrong, or just ignore reality in your face. And I think that that's a bigger issue at play. And that's why I just wanted to agree for anyone that was disagreeing, agree that, yeah, this is almost one-to-one with politics where, yes, sure, Collargate isn't a political thing in its nature, but the fact that people can be presented with the truth and the facts and it be shown in their face and push it away in public and still be accepted. Like that is, oh man, it's such a good one-to-one.
Isn't that the lesson that Trump taught the country? Like we had this Republican Party who, I guess it goes for both parties, but like we had these political parties where there was like an expected kind of decorum, you know, you couldn't get away with saying the kind of stuff that Trump was saying until Trump came along and just started fucking doing it. And then doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down. And what I think he taught people was that you can get away with anything. Like, as long as your cult of personality is strong enough, like as long as your sort of like parasocial bond with your supporters is strong enough, you can get away with basically anything. And I think Hasan learned that lesson like quite profoundly from Trump. Like, you can just get away with shit. And now I think in the future we're going to see a lot more creators who have these kind of big established audiences. Like, I feel like he has shown them, similar to how Trump has shown, you know, the country. Like Hasan has shown that you can get away with saying the dog wasn't wearing the collar on that day when anyone can just go to the VOD and just pull up the VOD and see like he's very clearly wearing the collar that day. It's remarkable. It's like, it's fucking remarkable.
As someone who, again, only has read 1984, never really lived in a society like 1984, I never thought the idea of you can reject what your eyes see would ever come to fruition. I always thought like, oh, that's just kind of a joke, you know, like we all kind of see the same thing. But like, we actively have a lot of people rejecting what they see. And I know there is nuance to things. And I get that, you know, sometimes a hypocritical person might just be a bit more complex and there's nuance to exactly what it was. I get that. That happens in a lot of cases. But I do not think when you're confronted with direct evidence that you can just say, no, this isn't real, and then continue with no consequences. There's no way that should be acceptable in our discourse, both online and in person, because that means that's not someone who's ever going to act in good faith. How can she ever debate someone? Like, ever again? Like, if she was to debate someone or ever talk about anything, you could just pull up that clip. Remember when you were confronted with the truth and you said, I don't want to see that? Like, you've lost all credibility. I don't know. As someone that really cares about not being a hypocrite, and it's very hard online to not be a hypocrite sometimes, seeing that and no consequences just blows my mind.
Yeah, the whole thing is just so fascinating to me.
That was. I just wanted to agree. It was a perfect. You had a perfect one-to-one in that example, because we're heading down into an interesting path. But I did want to say, I don't think Stephen Miller's the most evil person in the administration. I think it's Caroline Leavitt. I think she's the secret evil one. I think she's the true psychopath.
Yeah, that clip of her. Let me see if I can pull it up here when we're done talking. But she said some crazy shit about, like, not just Democratic politicians, but like Democrats.
No, the whole party.
Yeah,
the whole party.
Yeah.
You know, at least, you know, when Hillary said, 50% are deplorable, she went all out, and she says it with such like she's younger than us. That's what blows my mind.
Yeah, she's like 29 or 28 or something. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. Bro, if you told me that that's what you were going to be doing at 28 or 29, or what I was going to be doing 5 years ago, I'd be like, lying to the American public on a daily basis? Nah, that's not me.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But hey, I'm glad to see you're doing well. Did you get Battlefield?
No, I'm only playing single player games these days. I don't really care about FPS anymore.
The campaign in Battlefield kind of sucks, but the multiplayer is fun. You know, if you ever want to, you know, discuss some geopolitics over Battlefield.
I doubt I'm gonna get that game, but if I do, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, definitely let me know. Yeah. Anyway, right. Have a wonderful rest of your stream.
Cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Yeah, this Caroline Leavitt clip is fucking so extreme.
Proved that the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. That is who the Democrat Party is catering to, not the Trump administration and not the White House and not the Republican Party, who is standing up for law-abiding Americans, not just across the country, but...
To me personally, I don't think this rhetoric is working, guys. Every indication that we have right now is that the more they lean into this crazy shit, the less popular they become. And so that's my silver lining. When I see this stuff, it's like alarming and scary, obviously, but I don't think like their messaging is working. It's not, I don't think it's shifting public opinion in their favor. Moto Freak with $10. Would $10 buy me 10 minutes to push you a little bit on the, but there's a genocide critique. I think you're falling into a trap. I can wait until after this caller or Sunday if that works. Yeah, not today, but on Sunday if you want to have that conversation, we can do that for sure. Bad company with $5. I mean a Republican that constantly shit on their own side but sways voters from voting for the candidates. Oh, I see what you mean. Give me a Republican Hasan over left Joe Rogan. Gotcha. I think it's working just fine. Their popularity doesn't matter. They're literally getting away with everything they want to accomplish. when you say stuff like their popularity doesn't matter, to me, I infer that, like, I infer a lot when you say that, because popularity matters in politics. And so I think the only people that would say like popularity doesn't matter are people who in their minds think that we're just not going to have midterm elections, or we're not going to have like a 2028 election. And I don't think that that's I don't think that that's right. I'm not there yet. We'll see what happens, but I'm not in a place where I'm thinking to myself like, oh my God, we're not going to have elections. But their popularity matters. It actually does matter that the electorate is shifting away from this administration. Old Scotty with the tier 1 membership. Dan with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. I guess what I mean is there's a line that their popularity won't drop below. Well, of course, but if you're down in like the 30s, you know, it's just like it's harder to get away with shit, you know? Like Hitler was decently popular. Mussolini was decently popular. People like who's the guy from Libya again? Gaddafi was decently popular. Like, you know, the worst kind of tyrants that were responsible for mass murder on the order of like millions, like every single one of them were decently popular in the beginning. And I will say, like, if Donald Trump had come into office and then for some reason influenced the economy in a really good way, then I think that would be fucking scary to me. Then I'd be like, oh God, we are fucked, you know? Like if the economy just got so much better as soon as he was inaugurated, people's buying power was a lot more, wages went up, inflation leveled off at a healthy amount, you know, and there was a lot more prosperity, then I think we would be in big, big, big trouble. Because I think people would, because he made their dollars go further, that would kind of give him an in to get their support on some of the heinous shit that he's doing. But he's not doing that. He's doing the opposite. Like he's like actually actively, directly fucking the economy. If the Supreme Court nixes the Voting Rights Act before the midterm, the importance of popularity is drastically reduced because of extreme gerrymandering. I mean, that's not totally untrue.
New from Lego, dog training shock collar with remote.
You can't gerrymander. Like if you get rid of the VRA and, you know, they net like, I don't know, 15 to 20 new seats, like that's obviously bad, but you can't gerrymander your way out of, like, if we're in November of next year and it's a D+8 environment, they're going to get stomped out. You know, the VRA ending is going to be very bad. That's just another challenge. Throw that in the bucket of other challenges that we face, but even that's not going to save them. And we haven't even got to the 100% Chinese tariffs that are going to kick in on November 1st, right before the holiday season. He's going to fuck the economy like even worse right before a holiday season, you know? And what's bad for us, but also good for us at the same time, is that Donald Trump genuinely believes that tariffs are good for the economy, which is like a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, I don't love the economy being fucked because I'm a consumer, I'm a taxpayer, and I don't want that. You know, it's not a good thing if inflation goes up even more and unemployment goes up, and like that's not good. And on the other hand, it's good politically. So it's like it's a double-edged sword here. But I think I would be as worried as some of you guys are if the economy was doing really well right now. And you could like, especially if you could credit him, if he took some actions as president and the country was just so much more prosperous, then I think I would be very scared, very nervous, because I think his approval ratings would be like plus 50%, even though the ICE stuff and the USID cuts and firing thousands of federal workers and everything else he's doing. I would bet my life that we could enter into a literal economic depression and the conservative would still convince their base that this is the fault of the... No. I promise you. That's just not something that ever happens. Like find me a time in human history in any country where a country was plunged into a recession or depression and the incumbent party didn't sustain serious losses. It's just not how human beings work. Like, why do you think Obama got 60 votes? 60 Senate seats in 2008. Do you think it was because he was a generationally skilled orator? Or do you think it was because the economy was in a fucking literal freefall? This is stupidity, man. Wait, what? Dunkarood with 2 years. Thank you so much, buddy. Chatterbox with 15 months. Don't take this the wrong way, but did you intend to make that thumbnail for your debate with Straighteraid make you look like the bad guy in that argument? It looks like something someone would... Oh, I don't know. That's Mr. Editor, man. No, I think the thumbnail's fine. I'm looking at it right now. They got the VRA. California can draw a 52-0 map with all districts being plus 11 Kamala at least. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like we will be able to... I mean, look, if anything, this just highlights a unpopular issue in this country. Like, ironically, this might be a thing that leads to some kind of federal legislation to take partisanship out of redistricting. Like, maybe this actually leads to federal legislation like the John Lewis Voting Rights Act or whatever. But no, like Donald Trump, like, listen, you can't do a shitload of unpopular things on top of fucking the economy. That's just, do I need to explain? Like, that should be like the first rule in politics. Like, don't fuck the economy. But then also, don't fuck the economy while you're doing a bunch of things that the public perceive as too extreme. I really don't think that you guys should be as black-pilled as you are. He's a mess, and I think he is going to do some really... I think he's only going to become more corrupt, and, a lot of bad things are going to happen. I think that's not something that you should pretend otherwise. But he's not in a good position right now politically. The Republican Party is not in a good position right now politically. That's putting it nicely. They're in a really bad spot politically right now. He does not have the kind of, like, his cult of personality is strong, but it's not strong enough to encompass enough Americans that he would be able to weather this kind of storm. And they're on a really bad path right now. I'm not black-pilled. I just like to see myself work for the majority or be working during a Dem trifecta. Yeah, I hope that for you. I think this kind of ties into the conversation I was having with Josiah yesterday too. Because I was a little bummed, and I've heard it before, but like, I'm just hearing it a lot. Like, it's going around a lot. Like, I'm hearing it from Josiah. I'm hearing it from Destiny. I'm hearing it from, like, Marxism. This idea that, like, we're already, like, off the cliff. Like, we're already off the cliff, So because we're already in a state of free fall and we're off the cliff, we need to start really focusing on like escalating. We are already off the cliff. We just don't know it yet. I mean, look, I mean, if we do fall off the cliff at some point in the future, then I think people will look back on this moment as like, you know, we're starting to lose our footing and we're like falling backwards. Canceled elections, third term are my cliffs. Yeah, I mean, there's some other cliffs he could do, right? Like if he just ignored the Supreme Court, like just straight up. I know there's been some shit with the courts and the lower courts and like the flights to CCOT and stuff, but if he just straight up just said, you know what, I'm just gonna, like, that would be like a bright red line. Like a bright red line. Like if he just straight up said, I don't view the court as legitimate and I have to do what I have to do, then I think you know, we're in a new kind of paradigm. The people around Trump are 100 times crazier this time around. Yeah. No, it's bad. Look. To be clear, it's bad. I've been saying it's bad. I didn't even think it was going to be this bad, but it is this bad. It's bad. It's very, very, very bad. Very bad situation we're in. We're in a tender time here in the United States. Very fragile republic at the moment. I just don't think running on, you know, like we're going to add 6 Democrats to the Supreme Court. Generally, as a rule of thumb, I would not advise that political parties run on really unpopular things, which would then empower the party that is actually in power right now. Like that's just, there's just no logic to that, I think, to me. That's why it's Hutch's moral obligation, along with every single streamer alive, to cover Hasan, right, Hutch? Acreal, oh, buddy. A streamer that you like massively fucked up. And you got to be okay with that. Those were your words, man. I can show you the clip. Okay, link the clip. I don't even know what you're talking about. What clip are you talking about? You're angry with me because I'm covering a Hasan fuck up. That's funny to me. I think that should really make you pause, dude. I'm serious. I'm so serious right now. If you're so parasocially attached to a streamer where you're getting angry that some other streamer is calling attention to the fuck ups, like I think that is time to reevaluate. Like I don't think that's generally healthy. All right, what did I say? At this point, I think you have a moral obligation to cover how much of a fucking idiot Hasan is. You have a moral obligation to cover how he confuses his audience, and then those audience members go on and spread that idiotic confusion, and it just spreads like a cancer. Based? Hello? Based? I think you misinterpret the clip. I'm talking about if you believe as I believe that Hasan helps Republicans, and I believe that in my bones. He helps Republicans. He confuses his audience. Then if you have a platform and you're trying to influence politics, you should focus on people like him. You shouldn't just focus on MAGA. You should focus on people and like anybody who is helping Donald Trump. Isn't that just like the morally consistent position? Like, I read some shit the other day. It fucking blew my mind. This shit was so profound. I'm not even kidding. It like changed me. It's a quote from Hayden Christensen. popularized in the prequel Star Wars films, playing Anakin Skywalker. And the caption reads, Hayden Christensen recalls going on a walk with George Lucas one evening while filming Revenge of the Sith. Quote, George ended the conversation by saying to me, Hayden, now here, listen to this part. You can't change the world. Not possible. All you can do is try to make your own world and then invite other people to be a part of it. I read that and I was like, whoa. Like, wow. Never heard anybody say that before. Welcome to my world, baby. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Are you really talking about the fucking dog when fucking ICE, the Gestapo ICE, are fucking tearing families apart in the fucking streets of the United States of fucking America, and you're over here talking about a fucking dog with a fucking collar? Come on, man. That's time to take a time out. That's when you take a time out. That's when you like, you know what? Let me just not go on the internet for like a week. It ain't that deep. It's not that deep. It's just a funny story. The whole thing is fucking hilarious. All right. What were we even talking about? We didn't even get to the Ro Khanna. Oh, we didn't even watch the James Tallarico thing. Oh my God, we didn't. We got all the way up until the part where he starts talking, and then I stopped watching the clip. Okay, this is James Tallarico, state assembly member in Texas. I'm excited about his potential as a candidate in the Texas Senate race.
It means the world to see so many friends and neighbors standing together in my hometown to kick off this campaign for the United States Senate. First, I want to thank my family, my mom, my dad, my sister Madeline, my brother-in-law Matt, my aunts and uncles and cousins. Thank y'all for being here, not just tonight, but at every step along this journey. And thank you to all of you for being here. We announced this event just 12 hours ago. And I was told when I walked up that there are more than 1,000 people here to kick off this campaign. This is truly a campaign of, by, and for the people. The only minority destroying America is the billionaires. Trans people are 1% of the population.
Not even.
Muslims are 1% of the population. Undocumented people are 1% of the population. We are focused on the wrong 1%. Trans people aren't taking away our health care.
Hang on, that's a good line. That's a good line right there. Damn, whoever's helping him come up with these like lines. Now it's time to start flipping some fucking tables. You're talking about the wrong 1%? That's good. I'm saying that's a good line right there.
Muslims aren't defunding our
That sounds like 4% in total, to be fair. I mean, that's true. That's true.
schools. Immigrants.
Undocumented are 1%. Source, please. I actually think it's more than 1%. Personalized recommendations. Wait, what? What is happening? I'm getting so many scam emails, you guys. It's crazy. And now my phone's not working. Okay. I got an email from SiriusXM. Oh, start your trial. Okay. I don't know how they got this email. What the fuck's that all about? What were we just talking about? I think the estimate is there's around 11 to 12 million people in the country illegally, which would be more than 1%. I don't know if you got that right.
Aren't cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends.
I doubt he was being literal. It's just a rhetorical device. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, yeah.
Billionaires and their puppet politicians. The culture wars are a smokescreen. So many of the divisions in this state and in this country are manufactured by billionaires who want us fighting each other instead of fighting them. They want us looking left and right at our neighbors instead of looking up at them. The biggest divide in our politics is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom.
Called that one.
I probably shouldn't start a political campaign by saying something nice about my opponents. Colin Allred is a good man. 2 years ago, we all put our faith in him as our Democratic nominee, and I was out there with a lot of you helping him try to defeat Ted Cruz. At the time, I said, Ted Cruz is the worst senator in America. Looking at this current Republican field in this race, I think that title is up for grabs. I have profound disagreements with Ken Paxton and John Cornyn. Neither of them deserve the honor of representing this great state in our nation's capital.
Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? I'm just saying, this guy, I'm telling you, man, this guy's got a lot of potential as a politician. Dunkaroo with 2 years. Bad company with $2. Trump ran on tariffs. People are clueless. Yeah, that's true. Black-jawed cunt with I think Esme's on a business call and I'm over here like slack-jawed cunt with 3 months. Thank you so much, buddy. He's in there having conversations with like fucking, I can't even tell you, big companies, and I'm over here like cunt.
Both of them are more interested in serving their billionaire donors than serving the people of Texas. But Ken Paxton.
Wait, is my math wrong? Hold on. There's 340 million people in the US. Oh, I guess it's just under 1%. I guess my math is fucking stupid and wrong. I think you're right. If we do 11 divided by 340, no, it's 3%. That would be 3%, right?
And John Cornyn are both children of God. My faith teaches me to pray for my opponents, even when we disagree. It teaches me to love my neighbors, especially those with whom I disagree the most. I want to leave you with this one thought. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, and he taught me when I was real little that we follow a barefoot rabbi who gave just 2 commandments: love God and love neighbor, because there is no love of God without love of neighbor. This American democracy is a lot more than a constitution. It's a covenant. It's a relationship between neighbors. It's a promise that we make to each other to share this country. 2,000 years ago, when the powerful few abused the many, that barefoot rabbi walked.
He's going to do the thing. He's going to do the line.
Into the seat of power and flipped over the tables of injustice. His love rose to meet that abuse without becoming it. To those who love this state, to those who love this country, to those who love our neighbors, it's time to start flipping tables.
I mean, it's like a cheat code, you know, like what a line. What a fucking line. Like it's such a good line. You know what I mean? It's God, that hits so fucking hard, man.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless you. Thank you.
I don't know, man. Maybe Texas is where political dreams go to die. But I'm going to dare to hope about this Texas Senate race. I'm going to be paying so close attention to that. Because if he's successful, I think he's going to inspire a lot of like, you know, like, I feel like this relates to the Ezra Klein discourse recently. You know, he was talking about like running pro-life candidates in red districts or whatever. But I feel like this is kind of tangentially related to what he was saying. So like maybe you don't have to go that extreme where you're running like explicitly pro-life candidates or whatever. But like maybe this could be a different kind of model, because what Ezra is talking about is just reality, right? Like we've lost a lot of voters. Like the Democratic Party has lost a lot of support from states that used to be reliably blue for decades. And I don't want to just imagine a simple majority in Congress. I know, I think this moment makes people deeply skeptical of ever being able to like replicate the kind of coalitions we had 60 years ago. There's a part of me that's just like, I'm not even thinking about that as like being a possible thing, you know? And it wasn't until I heard Ezra Klein talking about it that I was like, wait, why am I not thinking about that? Like, why am I not thinking about like, what would a map of 60 Senate votes for Democrats look like? Okay, well, it's a tough map. That's true. No one's going to deny like that's a tough map. It would require a pretty significant shift in our politics to make a map like that possible again. But, you know, maybe instead of going as far as Ezra went in terms of like the prescriptive analysis, what if it meant more kind of candidates like this guy, you know, who's speaking to religious conservatives at the same time that he's speaking about left-wing populism. He's packaging it in this kind of in this focus on like scripture. If he actually turns that into a successful campaign, and I do think he's just like pretty uniquely talented in terms of how he presents himself and his speaking ability. He's like very, very like, I think this guy is on par with Mamdani in terms of how well they present. I think this guy's just as good. And if he can pull it off in Texas, then I'm like, ooh, wait a second. But Beto was very similar too. I don't know. I feel like Beto, I don't know. Did Beto talk about religion a lot? I don't know. You know, Hutch, almost like he's looking to build a coalition. Yeah. True. Did Beto talk about like scripture? I'm talking about scripture specifically, guys. I think a lot about like religious conservatism in this country. Religious conservatism is huge in this country, guys. There's a lot of people that believe in scripture and go to church, like a lot, you guys. Now I'm curious, how many Americans go to church every week? How many Americans regularly go to church, you know? Depends on regularly. About 30% of Americans go to church every week. Not just church, but like religious services. Or almost every week, 9%. So it's actually, so 21% say every week. 9% say almost every week. 40% of adults, U.S. adults, say they engage in religious services at least once a month. I mean, it's such a significant chunk of the population, and I feel like Democratic Party support has plummeted for religious people. And if we could claw some of that back with like more Tallaricos, that's like really exciting. And then we don't even need to have a conversation about like pro-life candidates, you know what I mean? Yeah, and those people support Trump, right? But that's the point. Like, what if, you know, what if we could find a way to have people who are in those spaces? Like, what if there is a message that we could sort of start to bring people back, right? Like, That dub dude with 7 months. What's up, buddy? Who's getting pumped for tomorrow? We love America. Oh, you know what? I don't think I'm going to go to this one. I don't think I'm going to go this. I don't know. I might change my mind. I changed my mind at the last minute. The last time. There's a big old protest tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe I should go, man. I don't know. It might be the biggest day of protest ever. What time does it start? Where is it at? There's going to be so many people in the streets tomorrow. Maybe. Why would you not go? I've been to a lot of protests, you know. I've been to a lot of protests. Right now, it's because I'm kind of physically tired right now because I didn't sleep there very well. There's a rally tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's actually a bunch of fucking protests tomorrow. It's not just one place. The downtown LA march is from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I won't rule it out. I might go. I don't know. We'll see. If we do not use our voice and take advantage of the First Amendment, it will be taken from us. You could go in an inflatable. That's an idea. Dingus with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy. That dub dude with 7 months. Fixer with 135 months. Thank you, buddy. Let's watch a little bit of this conversation between Benny Johnson and Ro Khanna. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit here.
People, I mean, as a family, everything on a human threat, I knew having the video live with us, Ro Khanna of.
I'm actually going to skip ahead about halfway through to see.
On every tweet. And it's like, this has become like the glass. Here's the question, Benny, on a deeper level.
Please.
We can keep going down in politics that's going to insult each other, right? I mean, Trump does a meme, Gavin does a meme. They're mocking each other's physical appearance. I mean, you're laughing, but that's this has become like the gladiator.
I mean, the best thing the left has going for them digitally is Gavin Newsom having a Stan account that just copies Trump like on every tweet, and it's like. We're very close to the people that do like Trump social media, and that's what Gavin's doing, and he's going gangbusters on it. You know, it's like it's actually remarkable to watch. It's
so that can be the future of America, or we can try to say that we can have ferocious competition, but on a debate about ideas, about a debate about where we stand on. I
don't know. There's a part of me that kind of doesn't like the idea of a Democratic politician going on a Benny Johnson podcast and kind of chumming it up, but it might be necessary to go in those spaces and not come across like a triggered lib. I think that probably is necessary, you guys. You know, like Pete Buttigieg going on Flagrant and not being, not being belligerent. No, this convo sucked. Ro barely pushed back. Benny won this conversation. All right. Well, let's watch a little bit more.
On things like how we bring manufacturing back, how we grow the economy, how we deal with AI, how we make sure we're ahead of China. Yeah. And we can debate these issues. And we can do it in a way that is spirited, that is competitive, but isn't like Roman gladiators and mud wrestling. And maybe we just keep going down this kind of shock jock politics.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what's going to keep America preeminent if we do that. And what I'd like to do, which I did with Vivek Ramaswamy in a conversation when he was running for president, is we had an hour-and-a-half long conversation, deep divisions, but in an elevated plane. And I wish the vice president would do that. The guy's obviously educated. He went to Ohio State, went to Yale. No one questions his intellect. Why is it always, okay, let's figure out how we insult or mock? And I'm not saying I'm perfect. Why not turn it around? A new generation post-Trump, right? We've had 3 80-year-old presidents in a row, literally through some quirk. Yeah. We're going to have people like you and me now leading this country in a post Trump-Biden future. Why don't we try to turn things around in a better way so it's not just putting up pictures of Donald Trump and calling him fat, or vice versa?
In defense of the vice president, I think he was on virtually every single news network this weekend on Sunday shows. He did Sunday shows.
I'm not saying he doesn't hide.
He subjects himself to questioning all the time.
He's out there on questioning, but he has this side.
George Stephanopoulos cut him off with a commercial break.
He's got the side of him, he's insulting, and maybe he finds it humorous. He's calling Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas, etc. I'm just saying that we can. You would agree with me, putting aside who's to blame, that we can do better in this country. Like, we're not at like Lincoln Douglas or Kennedy Nixon. We've become a country where, to your point, having a Stan social media account trying to imitate Trump is like, is that the future of America? Like, is that the future of conversation? And maybe okay, I'm starting to see what you're seeing, Vishy, because it's like Benny is like one of the worst offenders when it comes to this kind of politics. And yet Roe is going in that space and he's like, can't we do better? Maybe he doesn't watch a lot of Benny Johnson, but Benny Johnson is literally one of the worst examples of this kind of divisive juvenile rhetoric. And so for Roe to, have this conversation with him of all people, I don't know. Yeah, that does rub me the wrong way. Maybe that is, but is that going to make us lead in AI? Is that going to make us the leader of the free world? Yeah. Is that what Ronald Reagan would have done, and like calling to Gorbachev to tear down the wall? Yeah. So how do we? What I'm trying to say is, how do we try to raise the standards of conversation, discourse in this country?
I swear you could sell out arenas by doing actual Lincoln Douglas debates, by bringing thought leaders from both sides and having true debates. People love that. There are big YouTube channels with tens of millions of views. Jubilee is one of them, where they just have a good faith debate. Yeah, good faith debate between sides. Well, right? One of the things you could do, and like people love that. I swear you really could truly sell out arenas. I would love to.
I did one with Vivek. You can have Marjorie Taylor Greene or Massey or the vice president, not in a way of like, okay.
I mean, I don't hate this idea, to be clear.
Here's the debate with Sean Hannity as a moderator, and you take your swing with your rehearsed talking points. And how about just a conversation? Right. That was what Douglas and Lincoln were. They were actually talking for hours in a way of trying to understand where to go as a country. And by the way, it elevated both of them to the point that 150 years later, we're talking about both of them.
People read those debates. Like, they still study them.
You think they're going to be reading about Newsom's Stan accounts? You think they're going to be reading about... I mean,
there will definitely be history books written.
Well, hang on a second. Newsom, now I'm getting pretty pissed. Yeah. Because Newsom does go into right-wing spaces and debate very ferociously. Like, he loves that shit. Newsom might be the best example of that kind of stuff in the Democratic Party. He'll fly to Florida and debate, Ron DeSantis just for the love of the game, and loses. Have you seen his debate with Ron DeSantis, bro? Come on now.
And about Trump's memes, but that's a corner of the internet. Listen, we live in the internet age, and people love memes, and they love. It's like they love that style of communication. The base does, but I think that there is a ravenous hunger for true and real and hearty debate in this country, and I think that they can coexist, honestly. Yeah. And there was a debate that was done between Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom. Yeah. I think it did really well. I think a lot of people watched it. They liked it. Yeah. And I'd love to see more of that, actually. I agree with that. Yeah. Ron DeSantis held up the poop map. Did you see that?
I did not. I didn't watch the debate. I saw the clip.
The San Francisco poop map. He said, here's where all the public defecation is in San Francisco.
Dan Lurie is cleaning that up. A new mayor.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. We got a new generation of mayors. And have you been out to the Bay Area recently?
Not recently, but I've been a couple times. It is sunken, man. It is tough. I watched a guy. I got an In-N-Out burger right by the wharf. There's an In-N-Out burger right there, and then I watched a guy drop his pants and then just take a giant shit right in front of me. Well, I couldn't eat. I couldn't eat it anymore.
I doubt this happened, but
I love In-N-Out, and I don't get it very often. So I'm like, I was only there for a few hours. This was my In-N-Out burger, and this guy takes a shit in front of me.
Did you see you're on the front page of LSF again? Anytime somebody says that to me, it's always a bad thing. Is it bad? Is it bad? Where Hasan claims all of his haters are misogynists.
I think if you were a 100-pound woman, would you be getting this treatment? Yeah, I think so. Because who do people hate on the internet the most? Women. Like, women are the number one op. My ops already hate women automatically. Women are the only group of people that get it as hard as I do, if not worse. So yeah, there's
live stream fell. Oh, it's this one. There's 9-minute clips on live stream fell. Uh-oh. One's doing some numbers. Denounces, who came out against shot callers on the first week of K9/11, struggles to explain her stance to avoid contradicting Hasanavi's shot callers are fine comment. Bro, this was amazing. This whole situation, like, she was struggling so much. Trying to figure out, like, oh, you know, like, you can either support what Hasan said, and then this whole thing was just amazing. This was incredible content. Bad. That's how I adapt, right? Shot caller. What do I say? What do I? A little bit of a pickle in this moment, right?
You can still cause harm. I'm sure you.
It's like, fuck. What do I say? Just really. So the context here, guys, is that she's reacting to a clip of Hasan saying that, you know, shot callers can be good and they're not necessarily abusive. And the day before, she said that shot callers were bad. And so now she's trying to update her opinion in a way that doesn't come across as too contradictory. But there's no way to do that. And so the whole thing is just so absurd. What do I think?
You can, with the, sorry, I'm like, want to get all my words correct before I get fucking clipped and posted. I'm sure there are lots of dog owners that use shot callers to abuse their dogs. 100%. 100 million %. Positive reinforcement is all a person needs unless maybe some fringe case. Listen, I'm not going to, again, I've had friends who, like, they've told me that their dog is such a creature from hell. They have like a tiny little, it's one of those tiny fluffy dogs. I forget the name of the dog. I don't think it's a Chihuahua. It's some other thing. And they've given their dog to like 10 different dog trainers, and they're all like, I can't train your dog, bro. It's a Pomeranian, yeah. A friend of mine has a Pomeranian. They're like, I can't train this dog. This dog is a freak.
So like, it seems like she's building up to saying that shot callers can be good, but then she never does it, right? Like, she never, like, she walks like right up to the line. You know,
your dog has a problem. Okay, not one that I can do. Not one that I can fix. Excuse me. Don't look what doctors are saying. Every doctor needs shot callers going off of outdated information, zero scientific evidence that they're more effective than. No, the question is not about whether or not they're more effective. It's about whether or not there are ever.
And then she just has these moments where she just short circuits. You know, like she just goes totally blank.
There are ever instances that you would need to or want to. Again, it's not really like I literally.
She's just short circuiting here. I think she's just like totally short circuiting here because she's trying to kind of say two things at the same time. You know what I mean? Oh God, I'm just repeating myself, aren't I? This clip is fucking hilarious. If you haven't seen that clip, it is so funny. She's just in it. She's just like in the trenches of her mind, desperately trying to find a way to reconcile what she said just 24 hours prior with a clip of Hasan saying that shot callers are good, actually. And she just doesn't know how to fucking, she just can't figure it out. And this is the problem of, like, when you're Prince Andrew to give up Duke of York title and honors amid Jeffrey Epstein developments. Oh boy. If you just say what you feel, if you just tell the truth, which includes admitting your limitations sometimes, like sometimes you don't know enough about a thing to comment on it, But if you just say the truth and you're not trying to shape a narrative or operate within the boundaries of a narrative, like if you're not trying to do that and you just tell you don't have to worry about having moments like that where you're like, let me just think about what I'm going to say right now. Cause I know I'm going to get clipped. Let me just, cause it's like, and I just to be clear, okay, let me just organize my thoughts. And I've been saying this like, you know, and really at the end of the day, it's, you know, you guys know. And it's like, yeah, anyways, it's like that. It's like literally that, you know, like you don't need to worry about that when you're just fucking telling the truth. You don't need to worry about that when you're just saying how you feel about stuff. Because you're just saying how you feel. And it's like, if that doesn't line up with something that Hasan said, who gives a fuck? But if you're someone who is deeply invested in Hasan's community, when you market yourself as a literal Hasan waiting room, you don't have that freedom. You can't do that. You have to be very careful about the things that you say. Uh-oh, is he crashing out today, guys? Is he having a bad day? Is this from today? 16 minutes ago. To be fair, he's been kind of crashing out all week. Like, this has been a generational, week-long crash out. Michael with the tier 1 membership. Thank you, Michael.
I can't stand any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single fucking day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate fucking streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single fucking person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You did it. You have unlocked the fucking nihilism within me, okay? I am black-pilled. Nothing will ever get better. We are never going to make it out. We can't even have a normal fucking non-hostile goddamn conversation on any of these issues. Everybody just simply wants to fucking chirp into the wind because they have no power and they recognize their utter powerlessness in the face of unjustifiable constructs that we fucking exist under. And the best possible fucking thing you can do is just be goddamn annoying, okay? Oh, God. Right when the reporter was asking you about optimism, I want to just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away. If I wasn't so goddamn stubborn, I would have a long time ago. Oh my Lord, dude. I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode. What do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hidijo Offliner or whatever. And that is like a routine nuisance and an...
That is just, can I just say real quick? That is an enormous red flag, just to be clear. That's something that you learn. What is that?
Give Hutch, as shown in the attached image, a huge afro and
What
playing
the-
tic-tac-toe.
Is that racist? Are you allowed to do that? It feels like you're walking up to the problematic line. That's an enormous red flag. by the way. Anytime somebody says you made me crash out, I know he might be being like ironic, I guess, but you know, sometimes there's truth in jest, as the saying goes. When he said the chatter that made me crash out, you know, that's like a big, huge red flag, you know? Like if I had a friend in my real life who we went and got lunch and we're sitting down and they were talking about how they were really upset about something, and then they phrased it in that way, like my girlfriend just made me fucking lose it the other day. Or like, you know, my coworker made me yell and act like a, you know, like, I don't know. You know, somebody made me do something bad. Like I like the kind of friends that I have, and like, you know, if Esme ever said something like that, which she would never say something like that, but like if she ever said something like that, I'd be like, well, you know, actually it's your responsibility to behave like a grown-up. You can't really blame people if you crash out about something, right?
Offliner in this community, okay? He is a consistent voice of nuisance, okay? What are you talking about? The people that actually brick me, the people that actually cause me to fucking spiral out of control are always the people that have been in this fucking community for years, who never shut the fuck up. I have banned him before. It's literally just, like, I'm not even singling him out. He's just one example. But this happens all the fucking time, bro. Anyway.
Maybe I'm being uncharitable because, I mean, let's be honest. Twitch makes me crash out constantly. And it is their fault. But now I have the balance, right? Like on the top of the screen, on the top of the chat, I got the Twitch chat. And that's where all the anger and the rage comes from. And then on the bottom chat, the YouTube chat, they're like the super supportive, like loving ones, you know? So there's like a balance now.
One of the worst aspects of like this kind of gathering online is that people, I think people don't behave like this in the real world. That's unironically what I was talking about. That's why I have so much hope for the future of America when I'm out in the fucking streets, right? Because I see grandparents and I see kids and I see regular ass folk that see right from wrong and they say, fuck this. What do you mean? You're just like kidnapping my neighbors. Get the fuck out of here. And they protest. And that gives me confidence. And then when I go back to the internet and I get fucking yelled at by a bunch of screenager iPad babies who are 38 years old, who think that the most like radical socialist position is to constantly chirp in a fucking Twitch streamer's chat and hyper scrutinize everything and then like refuse to understand like broader points. Okay. Refuse to be open-minded. Then I'm blackpilled again. It's virtually impossible not to be blackpilled if you're online all the fucking time. Everything that we do here is so bad. It's so fucking bad.
Oh man. What a remarkable moment of self-awareness. Yeah, you got a bad thing going on over there. If you're looking around and fucking everybody's fucking blackpilled, it's just nothing but fucking faux slacktivism. That's a you problem, bro. That's your community. Who the fuck do you think fostered that community, man? Where do you think that came from? Out of thin air? Like you're a victim of your own community? What have you been building for the last several years? You don't have any responsibility in like how your community ended up? Bit of a reaping sowing moment there. Okay, we're gonna cut today's stream just a little bit shorter than normal. Yesterday was like 4.5 hours. Today, a little 4 hours. I just didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I just don't. Did I take my pills this morning? I don't think I did. I don't think I took my ADD pills this morning. I think I forgot. Whoops. Did I? How do I even verify if I did? There's no way. I can't know. I think I forgot. That's why I'm tired. I just never woke up. I don't know why. I woke up this morning and it was kind of tough to get out of bed. I thought I was going to have to start like an hour late, but I was like, no, just power through and get up and just start. I've just been sluggish. I just didn't sleep well last night. You need a Monday through Sunday pill case now. I mean, I do. That's true. No. I mean, I have one. What the fuck? What am I doing? It's right here. I just don't use it. It's just like sitting right there. Less than 3 feet away from me. And I got the big boomer one too, you know, with the big font, you know, like the giant font for like 79-year-olds. I just don't use it. There's a lot of things about my psychology that I cannot neatly explain. You know, there's a lot of things that just don't make a lot of sense. I am, but you know, I stopped fighting it a long time ago. I am who I am, you know. We're gonna go live again on Sunday. Thank you guys so much for the donated memberships. Like that. Didn't like that. There's a limiter on the there's a limiter filter on the audio that you guys hear, so you guys don't hear how loud that is. It is really fucking loud. That gunshot Tangia is so loud. No, but you guys, it's limited. So you guys, it only goes up to a certain like audio level. So you don't know how loud it is so much louder than what you guys are hearing. Like that scared the shit out of me. All right. Thank you again, guys. Thank you so much for the for all the support on the stream today. There was so many gifted memberships and I really appreciate the generosity. And then I think one of you guys, did somebody just donate memberships a moment ago? Am I crazy? Am I hallucinating that? Zwiteworst with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much for that, man. I will be back on Sunday. Saucy Boy, thank you so much for 8 months. I almost missed you. I'll be back on Sunday at the regular time, which is 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Enjoy your weekends, guys. Have fun at the protest if you guys decide to go to one. If you've never been to a protest, I highly recommend checking it out. No Kings is organized by a group that focuses on nonviolence, so it should be whatever protest is in your neighborhood. It should be a chill group of people that might have like a few rabble rousers. But